Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G Ultra Save is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI super resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos and superb night shots. Integrated with these advanced technologies, MediaTek Helio G95 does the hard work, ensuring your smartphone always keeps up with you, so that you can focus on the moment. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G UltraSave is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI super resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos and superb night shots. Integrated with these advanced technologies, MediaTek Helio G95 does the hard work, ensuring your smartphone always keeps up with you, so that you can focus on the moment.
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, देवी और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है मीडिया टेक प्रेजेंट्स द फ्री फायर गेमिंग मास्टर्स क्वेस्ट फॉर द बेस्ट 2021 पावर्ड बाय जियो गेम्स में। मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी, रोली, बिग फैट पैंडा, कानी की बीटीएल एंड डैन द बॉट। और हम आपको आपके पहले BO3 के फर्स्ट मैप पे लेके जाएंगे एंड दैट्स गोना बी ऑन बर्मुडा। सॉल्टी, आई वांट टू हियर योर थॉट्स। आपने कल इन टीम्स को देखा, आज हमें वापस से इनको BO3 में देखने को मिल रहा है एंड दिस टाइम इट्स गोना बी ऑन 3 डिफरेंट मैप्स इन अ BO3. How do you think their play style is going to change? Do you think they're going to play more conservatively? Do you think we're going to see more action at the start? What are your thoughts?
I feel that when it is a BO3 and your qualification of the playoffs are on the line, definitely a lot of teams will try and play conservative. They won't really play very aggressive because that is probably not the call of the hour right now. The call of the hour is probably trying to accumulate as much points as you can from every single game. And for that, you need placement points. So if you get eliminated early, I guess that is a very, very big blow to your desires of moving on to the playoffs. So I guess playing passive and starting easy is going to be better, but right now I guess we already have action on our plate.
Absolutely, Salty. I mean, it seems कि जैसे ही आपने statement बोला, उसी बोलते ही opposite हुआ। ऐसे like भगवान ने श्राप डाल दिया आप पे कि नहीं, आप जो बोलोगे उसका उल्टा ही होने वाला है। And right off the bat, Epact in the double balcony house को वापस से knock down कर दिया है। But over here, elsewhere on the map, Vision with a sniper rifle, gaining vision of all the enemies afar, is going to be able to pick up 2 quick kills all by himself. तो टीम TM को 2 kills मिलेंगे right off the bat, getting off to a good start. लेकिन देखते हैं कि वो ये जारी रख पाएंगे या नहीं, क्योंकि अगर उनको टॉप प्लेसमेंट चाहिए then they have to continue with this performance. अनुराग को भी 1 kill मिलेगा in the meantime, but I don't like the fact that these players are so split up. I think they need to play a bit more together. I do see उनके teammate, he's not too far by, but yeah, just going out in the open like this, I mean, it might work over here, but if this is how you're going to play in the playoffs, you'll definitely get punished. So I think it might be good practice to start adapting to that play style now itself, so that you don't suffer during the playoffs.
Certainly, and I guess if you actually look at the numbers, we have 38 players in the lobby right now. So this map is almost full of players. It is certainly, I guess it started off with 20 or 21 teams and 42 players. Nonetheless, that is almost an ideal lobby, and that means that the density of players is going to be much more. And here you have a very high chance of getting third party. So certainly, you have to be careful. And right now, we can see a fight brewing up already. This team AB, and they have a kill already. This is Aladdin. I guess he's chasing after team number 11. I'm not really sure if the team number 11 has one player down already, but the player that I can see on my screen, he is definitely running for his life, and Aladdin, he's chasing for it.
Yeah, Aladdin is going to be running after this. He's not going to give it up. Team 11, उनके सिर्फ एक ही member बाकी थे और उस आखिरी सदस्य को उनको भी eliminate कर दिया गया है यहाँ पे. So Aladdin is going to get himself another kill. 17 teams remaining in the mix. Just 3 minutes in, Salty, and 4 teams have already been eliminated. These full lobbies, they certainly bring in a lot of action, and I think our viewers are absolutely going to love that. लेकिन पहला circle हमारे screen पे बस कुछ ही पलों में form होने वाला है. I think there are only 12 seconds remaining. And oh no, it's actually 40 seconds remaining. Oh, it forms at the 4th minute. See, I always get this confused. I always get the timing wrong. I think to myself, ki haan, hamesha, I'll time the circle right. I'm going to look really cool when the circle shows up. And I say it's going to be 10 seconds, but then I remember it actually spawns at 4 minutes and not at 3.5. I always get that confused for some reason. But
yeah,
towards Mill Salty, there seems to be a fight brewing out. But yeah, let's see if that fight actually happens.
Yeah, certainly. And as we generally get to see, a lot of teams actually dropped on the edge of the map. The same meta works over here as well. Players try and rotate towards the center of the circle, towards the center of the map by landing at the edge of it. Landing on the outskirts of the map has 2 good reasons. That is, you get less number of players, and number 2, you might find a safe way to loot. But then that is the same mentality that is being followed by each and every team out here, and that is the result why we have a big commotion. Team number 5 is pretty close to team number 20, and Mill might just be the venue of some bloodbath. At the moment, I can't really pronounce the name. Team number 5, one particular player, he's already inside the warehouse, and right now Stan FL, he is showering lead on him. He definitely did connect some, but not really enough to get that particular knock for himself. Right now, one player jumps off. He does take some damage, but this is going to be difficult. The glue wall did pop up, and right now, 2 players up against each other. I guess it's going to be a 1v2 because one player from team number 5 has already dropped down. They're going to chase after MN, but what is going to happen from now on?
Yeah, it's a great question, Salty. I think the way Stan is going, he might just end up being knocked down before his teammate can help him out. Veendroid needs to get to him as quickly as he can. Now, Stan has the MP5 in his hand, so he wants to get these close range engagements in. But the problem is that if he runs in too close too quickly, he could easily end up being eliminated if he does not connect the first shot. And that can be quite problematic, even when you're going against something like a sniper rifle, because at close range, if you know how to use the sniper rifle and you land those you land those really crucial shots, it deals a lot of damage. It can instantly result in a knock. So it's going to take both of these players rushing in at the same time to sort of distract both of them, and only then will they actually win that fight. Otherwise, Team 20, they can have some trouble winning this. Now, the good thing for Team 20 is that they're actually closer to the zone now as a result of that entire skirmish going on, and previously they weren't. But looks like the skirmish is finally going to culminate into this fight growing out over here.
Oh,
Stan FL
that
is going to
was
get
a
knocked
rush.
out. Yeah, that was a straight up rush for seemingly no reason, but yeah, BW are going to be able to go forward and claim the kill for themselves. Mill, it belongs to them until Bread from team number 6, watching over this entire fight, picks up the final kill and gets extra points in his bag. So he's going to be quite pleased with about the fact that he got so many kills, or rather, he didn't get so many kills, but he's going to be quite pleased about the fact that he was able to successfully third party there. Potentially even go back outside the circle to get some extra loot. Maybe there's a backpack or a helmet in there waiting somewhere. But team number 19, both of these players fighting away at players from team number 8. उन्होंने ग्लू वॉल डाल के अपने आप को बचा तो लिया है फॉर द टाइमिंग, लेकिन देखते हैं कि वो अपने आप को ज्यादा देर तक जिंदा रख पाएंगे या नहीं. इट माइट बी अ लिटिल डिफिकल्ट टू डू सो कंसीडरिंग कि उनके बाजू में टीम 13 के मेंबर्स भी है, बट दे सीम टू बी रिट्रीटिंग, सो टीम 8 शुड बी एबल टू मेक इट आउट अलाइव.
Yep, certainly. Being in a sandwich situation is definitely not the ideal, especially in duo situation, because you probably wouldn't expect, but a flank is already there. And that is what happens if team number 8 was a little bit less cautious. Team number 13, fortunately, has moved away from this particular fight. They know that it is best to disengage. Right now, the best interest would be for team number 8 to leave this particular location and scout forward. As I can see from the map itself, there is a huge opening in Kota Tua. No one is there in peak. So these are very good regions that are going to be up for grabs. Even Bhima Sakti Strip is also empty. So certainly, there are a lot of compounds and a lot of real estate that can be taken up very quickly. This team, team number 18, passed away and Galaxy Baby, they dominated yesterday, and if they continue that particular onslaught today itself as well, they can be really threatening to the desires of team number 13.
Yeah, I mean, team number 13, all they really want to do for the time being is get to a good spot inside the circle and hold their position. They don't really want to be the guys who are bringing the fight to anyone at the moment, because yeah, I mean, they're actually splitting up. I don't like this move at all. They're trying to cover two different areas at once. Now, this might mean that at least one of them survives and gets some points, but on the other hand, if you manage to live long enough, you can potentially score a booyah. You could potentially get top 3, top 4. I don't like this idea of splitting up and trying to just cover as much ground as possible or stay alive as long as possible. I think these players are going to have a much better chance playing with each other. But you never know. Maybe this is a part of their strat. Maybe they feel more comfortable doing these things all by themselves. Just giving the other player the freedom to do whatever the hell he wants. And find those frags in any which way, shape, or form he thinks is appropriate. But for the time being, Team 13, they will continue to be apart. Elsewhere on the map, Team 14 are still in Rimnam village, inside the blue zone taking damage. तो उन्हें जल्दी से zone के अंदर जाना होगा, क्योंकि second circle, or rather जब second circle form होगा, तब zone का damage बढ़ने वाला है. Now, you can stay outside the circle for longer, लेकिन हमने इसके बारे में time and again बात की है कि जब जितनी देर तक बाहर रहोगे circle में, आप उतना ही ज़्यादा likely हो gate kept, like you're more likely to be gate kept the longer you stay outside the circle. तो वैसे situations में अगर आप अपने आप को पाते हो, then you're gonna run into teams eventually by the third or fourth circle that are holding angles and holding houses that you'd want to hold, but you wouldn't get there because you decided to stay in the blue zone for the first circle. And as a result, I mean, it just you give yourself a disadvantage, hoping that you can find an advantage later on. But instead of, doing this is not really going to be very helpful because. I mean, look at this. The second circle is going to form now. These guys are still going to be on the edge. And all these other teams, they're going to start occupying all the compounds inside of it. Now, Clock Tower is also out of the picture. If Clock Tower was in there, that was a gamble that would have paid off for that team. But it's not going to pay off now. I mean, they need to get the hell inside as quickly as they can and find a shack or a house for themselves so they can stay alive. But for the time being, oh no, Geeks, I've got knocked out of the zone. I wonder where the hell that happened. could pretty much have been AFK for
Yeah.
all intents and purposes. It's definitely not a member of Team 14, but yeah, at this rate, I think Team 8 and Team 19 might end up taking a fight. But over here, team number 18, they seem to be buying weapons from the weapons crate, or I'm not quite sure what to even call it. The weapon slot machine, the vending machine, the weapon vending machine. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna call it the
let's
weapon
call it
vending
vending.
machine. Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, this is team number 6 trying to chase down team number 12. I'm not really sure if team number 6 is very much aware of this particular presence over there, but they sure have heard footsteps by now. And I guess the grenades will be popping. Yes, this is Thor-ubbed. I'm not really sure if that's a word, but the grenade was definitely there. It didn't really connect, but the second attempt might just be better. And it was the same. It was the same. And with 2 grenades being popped up already right now, team number 12 will be very much prepared, more than prepared for a rush coming in. And with this particular setup, with a single stair setup, it is going to be very difficult to rush in, especially when you actually try and rush such a big house. The only disadvantage that you get is you can't really shower in those grenades and expect to get a knock. Because if you don't get a knock, moving up those single stairs, it can be deadly. And Team 6 knows that. And that is the reason why I guess they're falling back. But where do they fall back? They have Team 16 behind them. And this can be problematic for team number 6. And there you go. This is Paraboy. He already shot some bullets on Thor-ubbed. He will heal himself up eventually with the use of a glue wall. But Paraboy, he's definitely there. He has made his presence felt. And right now he's looking for more. He probably will go for the kills. But he will have to do or probably work with a 2v1 situation. Will he get that? I'm not really sure. MP40 is on his hand. He probably get a first knock. Not really. He gets knocked out. And right now he's left out there all by himself. The next player from team number 16, he is nowhere on site. He has to move out. But he gets knocked for himself, Loki.
Yeah, I mean, player number 16, team number 16, second player, FFICL, I think that's what his name is, or Ask FFICL, that's what his name is. He was watching over his teammate on that little camp area, but the issue is that his teammate ended up being knocked out so quickly. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? If you split up at the start of the game and you try to cover as much ground as possible, you just open yourself up to the possibility of getting 2v1'd. And in that sort of a situation, you started off with a disadvantage, and now you're at an even bigger disadvantage. So these mistakes just tend to snowball and snowball and snowball to the point where you're not really able to find an opportunity. And this happens purely because early on you're not really playing in a disciplined fashion. You're not like, okay, we gotta sell some glue walls, we gotta sell some decent weapons. Let's start heading inside the circle. Let's start looking for a place to hold. And if you don't rotate quickly enough in this game, you are gonna get punished by the teams that do, because they're gonna be occupying all those strongholds inside the circles, which gives them a vantage point, or gives them some sort of advantage. Well, that happened in front of my screen. He was driving a tuk-tuk through the danger zone with no fear of bombs. And he is just going to end up dropping. Now, I understand what his thought process was. I think the idea is that, inside the danger zone, you can stay alive because players don't really go in there. They don't really contest you. But unfortunately for him, there was a team right close to the edge of the circle, or rather the edge of the blue zone, that was watching over the danger zone. And when you're driving a tuk-tuk, it's pretty obvious. You're pretty visible. So, yeah. It's quite easy to get the knock. Now, similar thing for team number 18, except that they're driving the sports car, so it's much faster than something like a tuk-tuk. The reason you don't want to be driving the tuk-tuk is just because of how much it exposes you to danger. If you're driving a sports car, if you're driving a Jeep, it's a lot more cover.
Yeah. And there goes team number 18. They have spotted team number 14 at Sniper Tower. And I guess Passed Away is more than capable of taking this particular player, or rather this particular team down. Because right now, I guess Galaxy Baby is going to be the one who will be their first wall of resistance. And the other player that is going to be Passed Away, he's going for a flank. And this is a very good strat, definitely. But if anything happens, if there's a third party, then Passed Away might be in a very big trouble. Because Galaxy Baby has some hard cover. Passed Away, if he wants to go for the kill, he needs to cross this passage in between these two compounds, and then that exposes him to danger. They can hear some vehicle. I believe there was a third party. Team number 17 is pretty close as well. I agree with what you said. Actually, there's still a lot of teams who are still outside the circle, and they haven't really made their way inside, and that is just going to give them a disadvantage to start with. Here, once again, we actually move on to a different fight where Team AB is fighting up against team number 8 right now. Aladdin is the only one who is still standing on his feet. And I guess it's not going to be for long. He does take cover behind this particular glue wall, but eventually he being shot with bullets from both directions, it was supposed, it was his destiny to get taken down. But nonetheless, this is the sandwich situation which we were talking about in the MediaTek strip. Team number 17, team number 18, as well as team number 14. 14 being in a very, very disadvantageous position. Their position has been tagged, and I guess if they even try and move out of it, they're going to be in a hell of a trouble. Team number 18, though, they have some hard cover, and they have the mercy of the zone as well. Passed away, meanwhile, smacks one particular player down. He will be revived, but team number 14, they might be in big trouble because the grenades are popping up right now. This is the death call, the death bell, or rather, what do you call it? The devil's bell. It's ringing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the bells are certainly ringing. We'll see if they ring for the players who live or for those who die. I'm pretty sure team number 14 are not going to have an easy time getting out of the situation that they found themselves in, because they've dropped a lot of glue walls to just box themselves in. But okay, team number 18 actually end up boxing themselves in. They both drop down at the same time and both decide against their better instincts to take the fight. Now Galaxy Baby, he is caught out wide in the open and he's constantly staying inside the blue zone, taking a lot of damage, and team 14 gang up on him. They get the knock on him. Now it's going to be passed away left to his own devices. He's going to have to carry his teammate, but Galaxy Baby is losing HP and he's going to get knocked out. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Ares, they have only one member remaining, and so do team 18. But B Funky elsewhere on the map is going to find 2 kills with just 1 grenade. Wasn't really expecting that. I guess he caught them by surprise, and it must have been cooked really, really well, because otherwise there's no chance that they're able to get caught out like that. Player number 8, Anurag, hard to make grenade launcher here, but again, it's...
Yeah, that was...
Wait, what?
That was the same. That was the same. That was the same grenade again. Yeah,
it was the same grenade again. I think so. I could be wrong though. SD7 in the meantime is going to be able to take out Passed Away. He was the last surviving member of his team. But Mafia over here, they got 2 kills for themselves, and they're in a decent position. Now they need to worry about the team that is going to come in from behind. I think it's team number 5 or team number 18. I'm not too sure. But yeah, for the time being, they are just trying to battle it out against team number 15. And the team behind them, they're just waiting for all this action to go down, and maybe then they can push forward. B-Funky is going to get knocked down. Those double grenade knockout shenanigans are not going to happen anymore. But Jatin with the MP5 is going to keep pushing forward, and he's going to find himself 2 kills. Thoroughbred and Jatin both pick themselves up, both pick up 2 for themselves, and now they need to get further inside the circle, because look at all of these teams. They're all spread out, and no one really has the center just yet. If anyone gets to the center right now, it could end up working out well for them. But the only team who's actually capable of doing that is team number 17, and they're making the most out of it. TM, Anurag, he's going to be able to revive his teammate Vision and give him some time to heal back up. He also has a grenade launcher and an M249 to work with. The M249, I'm not really sure how good he is at using it, but that grenade launcher can certainly do a lot of work and act really, really dirty if it needs to, getting 2 knocks all at once. Let's see if that does end up happening, but... it seems that for the time being, it's not going to happen. The glue wall is going to be taken down. SD7 will get back to cover. And Ronnie, with his M249, is doing a fair amount of work, but Anurag does more. He's actually able to find himself 1 kill, and Vision will be eliminated in return. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, Salty. But now it's down to a 1v1v1. With the zone closing in, all that's going to matter is who can push other people out of the zone or who can connect their shots. Those are the only things that are going to help you secure the Booyah now. Anurag, out of blue walls, his only option is to go forward and try and push and get these kills. But while he's looking for someone to kill, looks like Thoroughbred is going to be able to find the Booyah, and that's going to be the end of that. First game going the way of Team Mafia. They ended up losing one of their members early on, but they were able to make it work, and they're able to secure the win for themselves. So they're going to have a big buffer of points to work with, but at the same time, shouldn't be underestimating the teams who are right behind you, because they too have a fair amount of kills. And at this rate, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a tussle for the top.
Certainly. Just look at the number of kills. Team Maverick with 9 kills and 400 points. Mafia with 510 with probably 5 or 6 kills. Green Ninja the same number, 5 or 6 with 410 points. These 3 teams, they really made it count, especially this particular team, that's Team Maverick, with 9 kills. And I guess it was Anurag who had somewhat 6 kills in one game. That's a lot of kills, and he alone demolished equal to 3 squads. So that is a lot. That is a lot. So certainly, I guess these teams have had a good start to this qualifier, certainly. And we move on to the highlights, and we get to see those bittersweet moments, especially this one where we had a 2v1 and Paraboy didn't really live up to his expectations. Definitely expected some backup fire from his other teammate, but that didn't really come through. Here once again, team number 18 found themselves, I would say team number 18 trapped themselves by going after team number 14. They had the edge of the circle. They were on the better side of the blue circle. No, they went for the kills. They got those glue walls dropped in and trapped themselves in the blue circle. They took a fair amount of damage, and after that, they were just taken out by team number 14. Nonetheless, this was the final moments. This is Mafia Jatin, and he just walked straight onto his opponent and got the kills for himself. Team number 17 in pretty good position. I love the fact how they sent one player in to capture more territory, but actually that backfired because he was being shot at from various directions. This is Thorup once again just waiting for the entire fight to brew up. He had some cover to work with, but eventually he had to leave this particular cover. And then when he leaves it, he just, just lets Anurag as well as Ronnie play their part, and he had the MP40. He knew that he had a gun that can shred in close range. He just let them do their job, secured his second position, and then captured the right moment. Just look at his glue walls. He's establishing glue walls, securing his defenses, fortress prepared, and right now when Anurag will take one, or I guess Anurag was taken down initially, but after that he just capitalized on that moment, that slight, what do you call it? The slight window that you get. He capitalized on it and got the booyah for himself.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? When the circle is starting to close in and you're outside the blue zone, the only thing you can really do is try and adjust your aim and get the kill and knock them down before the blue zone kills you. And he did that. He had the opportunity and he took it. That's going to result in him getting a booyah. Now, we still have 2 more games to go, Salty, so there's still a chance for some of these other teams to get the top spot and snatch the spot away from Mafia and make it to the playoffs themselves. But if you want to find out which teams that are going to be, you're going to have to tune in for game number 2 and 3, which we will be bringing back shortly after this break. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, देवी और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters Quest for the Best 2021 powered by JioGames में। मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी और हम हमारे बेस्ट ऑफ 3 के दूसरे मैप पे आ गए हैं कालाहारी पर। इस बार प्लेन की उड़ान मेज से शुरू होते हुए मैंने देखा भी नहीं एक्चुअली किधर खत्म हो रही थी, साइड कटरीना की तरफ खत्म होगी। There we go. And all of these teams are going to be dropping in between. Stone Ridge, it's going to be the high tier loot zone, Salty, but I don't think we're going to see teams go to the high tier loot zone because many a times when the lobby is full, teams are just afraid of having to fight over there, and nobody likes early
Yeah.
fights.
Certainly,
Well,
that's
speaking
evident.
of
We can
that,
see. Yeah,
yeah,
we can see refinery is
speaking of,
pretty empty. Go on,
I
Floki.
said that. I said that, as soon as I said that, Salty, two teams dropped in the high tier loot zone and they're probably going to be fighting each other. But you know what? Before we even go there, we need to make our way towards shrines because this is where this is where the actual fight's going to go on. And Salty, I wanted to go ahead with this. You were trying to say something.
I mean, let's just concentrate on what is up ahead because team number 7, they're running for their lives. They don't have any weapon whatsoever, and this is team AB, and luckily they found some MP40s to work with. They have a Scar as well, and right now they're absolutely shredding. Team number 7 is almost down there. Team number 6, one player is down. Sajid is going to go around, and he will try and get the final kill for himself as well. This is going to be pretty complicated because the guy, he's making them run for his lives. AB Sajid, he has to work really, really hard to save himself. I'm not really sure if team number 19 has the other player. Aladdin is down, Floki, and Sajid, he has healed himself up right now. Team number 6 is back. Team Mafia, the team that actually played really well and got the booyah in the last game, they're right now back in business with one player down. Team number 19, they're kind of in trouble because Team AB, this is the kind of a team that actually works well with two players. Both of their players function perfectly in sync with each other. And with one player down, I'm not really sure if Sajid is going to be as effective as this particular team is as a duo. And up against a team that got a booyah in the last game, this is going to be tough. Team AB was certainly very confident of taking this particular matchup. They took one particular player down from team number 7, but then immediately switched focus on team number 6. Couldn't really work out. Sajid, he was there. He really wanted to rush in and get the final player down because team number 6 had one player knocked down as well, but that didn't work out. The recovery from team number 6 was absolutely brilliant, and I guess it was Jatin who did the job.
Yeah, Jatin most certainly did. He tried doing some work, but I mean, it doesn't result in both of the players being knocked down. He's just going to have to be satisfied with one for the time being. But it's not the end of the world for him because they can just retreat and get the hell out of this position while Sajjad, he's going to be stuck over here because anywhere he goes, there's going to be death awaiting him. On one side, there's Team 20. On the other, there's Team number 6. And towards the left-hand side of the map, at least the last time we saw it, there was a player team number 7's player waiting for him. So, yeah, Sajjad is going to have a hard time leaving here. Fortunately, if the zone does end up spawning on top of him, which we'll find out in just a second, he might not have to move at all. So if he can quickly just have a look at the map, we'll know exactly if it's going to happen or not. And I do think he is inside the zone because I think I see a white line towards the end of Shrines. And yeah, he's going to be okay for the time being. So he doesn't really need to move. But with so many teams in close proximity, Salty, we're definitely going to see some action take place soon. I mean, it's highly okay. Sajjad is gonna get himself into a pickup truck and get the hell out of here. Okay, so he's gonna save himself and get out of Dodge. No one really punishes him and no one really finds out what he's doing until the very last moment. And now it's too little too late. Sajjad, he's gonna be able to get himself towards Old Hampton where there's Team 12 waiting for him. But I think for the time being, he's just gonna hold on to his horses and make sure that he can survive the first circle before worrying about the next one.
Yeah. And talking about this one, I guess there is another fight that brews up. Team number 12, team number 6 and team number 20. Team number 20 was in this particular position for a long time right now. And Thorubt actually found himself in between two players. He is still rushing in. If he gets one, I guess it's going to be brilliant. He does get one and Jatin gets the second. They're absolutely shredding with their SMGs. And right now, with, I guess, 2 or 3 kills in their back, team number 6 is on their way. This is the start of the second game. They got a booyah in the last one. And right now, they're in a very, very good position. Team SP, though, Paraboy as well as FCL. I'm not really sure if I pronounced that right, but FCL couldn't really do a lot in the last game, and in this particular game as well, they were completely dominated by this player, that's B-Funky. If you remember, Floki, B-Funky was a player who took 2 players down with 1 grenade, and right now as well, he's doing the heavy job for his team. He's taking 2 players down all by himself. He doesn't even need the support of his teammate, but I guess he will eventually at some point in time.
Yeah.
But right now, we probably had a fight in Stone Ridge as well. I was looking at the map itself. I think that the team got eliminated, but hey, this thing happens. Free Fire is all about battles, and battles go on everywhere. I guess I don't really mind if I miss some sort of action in this particular match as well, because last day we didn't really have a lot of players, but right now this lobby is full. This entire map is lit with action, so I don't really mind.
Yeah, I mean, Stonebridge was where the high tier loot zone was. We spoke about it at the start of how only one team is going to come out on top, and it ends up being team number 13, B Funky, the guy who knocked out two people with a grenade, like you mentioned earlier. But yeah, for the time being, there's going to be more action coming out, Salty, which we're going to have to focus on, and it's going to be player number 7 who's
Ooh.
going to be in the receiving end of this. Thorubed. Oh no, he has the perfect angle, but he did not fire, so Pranav actually lives for a little while longer. They're still waiting. Team 6, I think they're looking to third party this. They want Pranav to be able to get one kill and
Yeah.
get a knock before they start moving in and, claiming all those juicy kills for themselves. Team 21, wisely realizing that this engagement is not going to be too wise, they disengage and they're going to get the hell out of here. Pranav, he's considering peeking out and taking a fight, but he knows that he's just going to be helping his opponents, and he would much rather continue to hold his position, wait for the fight to get over, and then just simply try and take a 1v2 instead of having to worry about being third partied.
True. I get a feel for Team Mafia, to be honest. They've been engaged in fights after fights since they actually dropped in this map itself. And I feel that this particular team, they've no time to rest because team number 21 is still on the outskirts of Shrines right now. And if they shift their focus, I guess team number 21 might be the team that they might engage on. But as of now, Jatin is still focused on Pranav. And he still wants that particular kill for himself because why not? It is a single player. And when you're into 1v2 situation, you should always back yourself. Nonetheless, team number 6 probably is going to move back and focus their attention on team number 21, or probably would decide on, all right, let's rotate from here itself. But team number 21, they're pretty close. I guess this particular rotation might reveal a lot of it. And right now, Thorab is just getting spammed and he gets taken down. Jatin, he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. He does provide some cover fire, but instead takes 2 shots, 2 blows. And I guess with that being said, team number 21 will absolutely wipe the floor with team number 6. And the Mafia's run has been shut down. The brakes were drawn on the
wait,
tracks.
what is happening over here?
Ooh.
MP40 in his hand, player drops on top of him, he feels the weight and then realizes, wait, something's not right, I feel a lot of weight on my shoulders. Turns around, looks at this player, both of them are going to drop the blue walls, they're both dropping low too. And the MP40 is doing a lot of work, he might be able to take this 1v2 and he does. Somehow, 2 players drop on top of him and he makes it out scot-free. He still has 200 HP to work with. Not something you see every day. You could potentially say that was actually a mistake of his opponents, but what? He's actually able to connect that grenade onto its ninja? That's not certain. That's certainly not what I was expecting. But now he's getting fired upon by both angles, it seems, and Geek Z will eventually go down. Remix is going to instead take this time to get his teammate back up on his feet, but Geek Z, he needs someone to help him out. Where is his buddy? Where is his partner? He is... Oh, no! He is outside in the zone, lagging out, and that is why you need a MediaTek processor, folks. Those things do not lag out. Those things do not disconnect. Especially the Dimensity series, it's going to be 5G ready, so... in the future, when you're looking to get a phone and you don't want these things to happen to you, make sure you get a phone with a MediaTek processor in it, because yeah, that thing running on 5G, it's very unlikely to give you trouble. For the time being, though, team number 10 and team 4, both just watching each other from the comfort of their houses. The danger zone is going to prevent any action for the time being, but when the danger zone does go away, I expect team 4 to start moving forward and try and take out Dark Shadow if they know about his positioning.
Certainly. I would love to know if team number 10 is probably a one-man squad or probably has lost a player, because Dark Shadow is on his own out there, and in a 1v2 situation, once again, odds are not in your favor, and so is for AB Sajid. Sajid is still in the outskirts of the map. He needs to move forward if he wants to secure a position. We've seen... Oh my god, Dark Shadow! Let's talk about Sajid later on, because Dark Shadow, he's pulling some hotshot battle out there. Wow. He does take one. He's showing no mercy whatsoever. He takes 1 kill, confirms that, but then he instantly gets traded off. It was a battle of shotguns, and team number 4 shotgun actually was better. I wouldn't say better because it was a one-on-one trade, but nonetheless, team number 4 survives for another day. But talking about Sajid, I guess it is a good idea to play the blue circle edge strategy, especially when you're in a 1v2 situation, when you've lost your teammate. But I'm not really sure how effective it is on Kalahari, especially when the rotations are so tougher, considering the fact that you have these high... what do you call it? The high ground cliffs. You have so much topography into play. Once again, team number 3 trying to play out from this particular dish. We saw how effective this strategy is. If the circle forms in the dish, Floki, it is probably the best possible position you can get. Couple it with few glue walls and it is almost invincible, and you can get a frenzy of kills from this particular position. The circle though has to be favoring you, and I guess that is not happening with team number 3 out there.
Yeah, for the time being, it certainly isn't happening. But if the next circle comes in, we might see them just hop into the satellite dish and make it their permanent residence, you know, change the address on their passports and whatnot. But for the time being, SD7, he's going to try to take this 1v2 fight. His teammate has been knocked down. Ronnie D is not going to live to fight another day. It's just going to be SD7 by himself, and he's going to have to do a lot of work over here if he wants to survive. Only 23 HP remaining. Going out, will he be able to get the first knock? No, he does not.
Nah.
Remix is quick to get the kill with the MP40. And it's going to be the end of him. Now the circle is going to start closing in even further towards the center between Refinery and Foundation, and that's where you're going to see most of the action start growing out soon. Oh, Sajjad, he took a jump pad and made it all the way towards the road that leads towards the center of the circle. But let's see if he actually takes it. For the time being, there's no one around him. He's trying to check and see if he's under any danger. And safe to say he isn't. But he doesn't know that. He's probably going to wait it out, you know, tank a little bit of blue zone damage if he needs to, and then get inside the circle safe and sound, and let all the action around him happen, because he's going to be able to secure even more placement points for his team. Because, yeah, I mean, if they're able to secure more placement points, you know, they have a better chance of making it to the playoffs. They have a better chance of getting getting the cash prize. So he'd happily tank some blue zone damage just to guarantee any one of those outcomes. But Pranav, in the meantime, he's going to have to worry about two players closing in on his position. The first one is going to start rushing in. BX is sitting on top, but looks like his help is not going to be needed, because MN with the Thompson does the trick. And yeah, with that, the fat lady has sung for team number 7, I believe, and they're the ones who are going to be eliminated. But for the time being in Refinery, there's even more action brewing out. Bhaskar, he's sitting inside the container trying to look over, I believe it's team number 3's position, but from here, he's going to have a bit of a hard time holding on. That sucks. Passed away with his back turn. Wasn't anticipating that to happen. Hyper Rupam comes in, claims the free kill, says thank you very much, and proceeds to make his way inside the circle. But NMY Anurag, he is not going to let it happen so easily. He has the M249 saw in his hand. It's not too bad at long ranges, but needs to be able to tap fire if he wants to connect that kill. And Abhi actually ends up being knocked out by Vision. That entire machine gun fire was just a ploy so that Abhi could get in position and get that sniper shot in, and they get the knock. But the question is, can they convert it into a kill? Elsewhere on the map, it seems that Bhaskar is taking a fair amount of damage. Evan will have to worry about team number 13, who are perched up on the high ground, and looks like back towards the action. Gaurav is going to be able to take one out himself. Now, Hawk and both of their players, they are going to have a bit of a difficult time trying to close in on team number 13. But if they do, they are going to be rewarded for it, because team number 13, for the time being, does seem to be a little distracted. Vision, he's going to be able to convert one kill. The second one, well, Karan 0001, he is the person being eyed up. And from where he's standing, it's very unlikely that he's able to get inside the circle.
Yeah, he has been taken down as well by, I believe it was Anurag. And right now, the kind of position where team number 8 is, that is, I believe, Team Maverick, they're probably well set for the next circle as well. Look at this, is Team Noob, and once again, right in front of them, I believe it was Rupam who tried to walk across that open field. You're not going to do that in a lobby like this. These are good players, and you can't really do that. Right now, this is going to be Noob up against team number 13. I'm not really sure which particular team this is, but they get one particular knock. Noob gets taken down, and I guess the second player gets taken down as well. This is Neat, or rather Meat. What's the second name? What is the player name after Meat? Okay, is it Meat
I am
Movement?
Not too sure.
Okay, so it's Meet Naveen. It is Meet Naveen. Sorry, Meet Naveen, if you're watching this, but nonetheless, your kills were pitch perfect. Team number 13, though, if they try and move forward, it's going to be difficult, because team number 8, the kind of position they are in, they will find some hard cover for themselves. Also, some glue walls, I guess they are permanently placed over there, but they have some company. MM is out there, and if Anurag has no idea about it, MM can actually put up a fatal blow, and they get to see him, but he blows him to pieces with the grenade launcher. Right now, the only two prey are probably team number 19 as well as team number 13. Sajjad, he did a very good job. He is still surviving since the first fight that we saw in Shrines. He is inside the final circle, and he has made it. I guess he has done a lot of heavy lifting for his team, but truth be told, team number 13 has done the same. They've been inside a lot of fights, and they're in it as well. Vision gets another kill for himself, and this is, I believe, Team Maverick. They're still making it count right now. B Funky gets one important knock on Vision, but that does not really matter, because Anurag, he is going to use this He's going to use this grenade launcher, but Sajid uses this time loop to get close, but he will get shot down by Vision with that shotgun, and that is how Team Maverick is going to get this booyah. Remember, Floki, this team got 9 kills in the last game. I wonder how many did they get in this particular one.
Yeah, well, they certainly got the first place, and this game they get 8 kills, Salty. So they're certainly bringing the kill average up, day by day. It seems that every single day we watch the BO3, there's a new kill leader, there's a new record, there's a new high for the number of kills scored. But yeah, Team Maverick, they certainly aren't unimpressive with the number of kills that they found this particular game. Last time around they had 9 and they were in second place. This time around they have 8 and they're in first place. And if they keep this performance up, they will definitely secure themselves a ticket to the playoffs. But we're gonna have a quick look at the highlights and see exactly what went wrong for some of these other teams who were not able to make it to the top 4. And yeah, they're gonna be on our screens now. Geeksy. Well, yeah, this was the amazing moment for me because I was like, wait, this guy is actually crushing it out 1v2. As soon as his teammate comes in, he's gonna have a good time. Ninja gets knocked out over here, he's stuck in a 1v1. Remix wins it, but I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, Hasib's gonna come eventually. But then I realized that, wait, he doesn't have a weapon, he's losing HP, he's probably AFK, and yeah, that's when we found out that his friend was indeed AFK, and all that hard work was for naught. And you don't want to be in that situation, right, folks? So do make sure you get yourself a phone with a MediaTek processor in it because, yeah, that phone simply won't let things like these happen. Now, unless it's going to be your SIM card, it might happen, but, at least it won't be your phone. So you can at least control one aspect of your life with a MediaTek processor in it. But, rather one aspect of you not lagging out in a game. And, yeah, that's... well, if you get yourself a Dimensity processor, that's certainly gonna happen. I can't find I can't find simpler ways to do this, so I'm trying to make up new ways to do it, but regardless, player number 13, or rather team number 13, they're able to win that close range engagement thanks to the double barrel. Now, Anurag, I didn't really notice he had a grenade launcher up until the very end where he got 2 knocks for himself, but he really made the shots count. Many a times you see players just use the grenade launcher shells and they don't really end up doing much with it.
True.
But Anurag, he used it so well that he was able to get multiple knocks with it. And as a result, Team Maverick, well, they're on the number 1 place, Salty.
They deservedly are in the number 1 place because I don't really find a team that can actually compete with this one. They're getting kills, they're getting position consistently over the past 2 games, and I believe they're going to do the same in the next 3 as well. Provided if they don't really perform, they perform terribly in the 3rd game and someone really does well, I guess the first position might just be miraculously changed, but till then I believe that Team Maverick, they've secured their position in the number 1 spot on the points table, but that doesn't really matter because the 3rd game is going to be Purgatory and we have seen things change in Purgatory. So yes, we will be back with the 3rd map pretty soon. This is me, Salty, and once again, you're watching MediaTek Presents Free Fire Gaming Masters, a quest for the best, powered by JioGames. Me and Salty and Floki, we will be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, देवियों और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है। मीडियाटेक प्रेजेंट्स द फ्री फायर गेमिंग मास्टर्स क्वेस्ट फॉर द बेस्ट 2021 पावर्ड बाय जियो गेम्स में। मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी, रोली, बिग फैट पैंटा, कानी की बीटीएल एंड दैन द बॉट। और हम हमारे पहले BO3 के फाइनल मैप पे आ गए हैं, पर्गेटरी पर। प्लेन की उड़ान मोट हाउस से शुरू होकर लंबा मिल पे खत्म होगी। And the high tier loot zone is going to be towards Quarry अगर आप उसके बारे में सोच रहे थे तो. But given the flight path, I think we are actually going to see a lot more teams making their way towards Crossroads, and already team number 20 is trying to get there. Quarry might be completely ignored क्योंकि वो flight path से काफी दूर है, but I think we might see some teams drop in somewhere towards Marbleworks or Golf Course and eventually make their way towards Quarry.
Yeah, I mean, that probably isn't the case because I see a pretty big cluster in Brasilia, Floki. I'm not sure what's going on in Brasilia right now. Probably a graveyard of some band slaughterhouse. Anything can happen out there with so many teams out there. It looks like a rainbow, so many colors. Look at that.
Yeah. I mean, Brasilia's always been colorful. It's always like this holy going on over here, but in
Yeah.
reality, it's actually not really a holy. It's a bloodbath, is what it is. Often gets mistaken for holy. There's a lot of I think it's called gulal that gets applied. You know, there's no other colors really in this particular version of holy. But for the time being, meet Naveen. He has double vectors in his hand right off the bat, and he's going to be able to pick up a kill. So he puts himself on the board in Brasilia, and yeah, team's going to be fearing him. But did he just land on top of a tree? I think he landed on top of a tree. Dark
Wow.
Shadow, my man, coming in with the next level strats, dropping on top of a tree in the middle of Brasilia. If he drops down, I think he's probably going to break his ankles and lose around 100 HP, but he should be able to get himself to decent cover. Now, the problem with player number 10 or with Dark Shadow is कि उनके teammate अभी तक connect नहीं कर पाए हैं, तो he's going to be in a world of trouble अगर वो जल्दी eliminate हो जाएंगे तो. Killer Mafia, elsewhere on the map, is going to be taken out by SD7, and RD Criminal, well, he still is alive for the time being. तो देखते हैं कि वो अपनी टीममेट की ड्रीम्स यहाँ पे बरकरार रख पाएंगे या नहीं, लेकिन उनको अगर टॉप 2 में आना है तो उनको यहाँ पे काफी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि yeah, I mean, all these teams, they've established a big lead so far. और अगर उनको जीतना है, then not only is he going to have to get a lot of kills, he's also going to have to place first and make sure at the same time the teams who are on the top spot, they don't accumulate too many points. Over here, though, in Marble Works, Salty, fights brewing out.
Certainly, the Friday is brewing out. One by one trade has been taken out, and I guess both the teams have suffered a casualty. The onus is on Thorab as well as Pranav Whitey. Pranav Whitey will probably try and look for the revive because it is much easier for him as it is for Thorab. But right now, both the teams will actually go for the revives. But you know, remembering about player number 10, Dark Shadow, I kind of felt like it has been a million years since humans, they evolved from being on top of trees to being on floors right now. But I guess in Free Fire, we are going back to the basics. We're going back to trees and forests, and we are still climbing on trees right now. I believe the days of the humans are over. Let's get back to chimpanzees.
Yeah, I think evolution's going backwards over here. I think soon enough we're going to grow hair all over our body again, and we're going to start living in trees and eating bananas and whatnot. But Hawk Gautam in the meantime with the SKS is going to keep Team 5, or rather Team 13 pinned down. Team 5 is behind them, so there is potential for Team number 3 to get sandwiched over here in an unfortunate way. But if they can deal with this fight quickly enough, they'll be able to turn around and try to take the fight against Team number 5, and that's exactly what they're doing. Noob,
Yeah.
आगे जाके उनके हाथ में max 7 है. Let's see if he can make good use of it. No, but Be Funky certainly can, and they have the double vectors as well as the max 7 shotgun at close range that does a fair amount of work. That grenade comes flying in, and Meet Naveen is gonna get knocked down. Be Funky, he's the only guy remaining. They reacted very quickly, dropping the glue walls, but it seems that getting third-partied is not something they're gonna be able to prevent. Be Funky and his teammate are gonna be knocked out, and team number 5 are the ones who clean up the mess and are going to be claiming all that sweet loot for themselves. For the time being, though, Salty, it seems that we're going to be in a bit of trouble because the fight in Brasilia, it's not over yet. Team number 16, they heard what happened, and they're going to be in on the action. Now, both of these players have occupied a house each. They're prone to being rushed out. MN has double vectors, and Galaxy Baby is actually going to get knocked as a result. The time turner comes through, but Pastaway is going to be able to revive his teammate. This is the time where they both push together, and that's exactly what they're going to do. The glue walls are going to sandwich them, get Galaxy Baby enough time to probably heal back up, but he's going to have to take a fight very, very soon. BPX93, or rather BX93, is going to be able to take down the first glue wall, but can he take down the second one? That's the question. No, he's actually going to be reloading, and MN as well. The time for aggression, it has gone away now. Both of these players are healthy again. The only thing that can get them out of the situation is probably a time turner ability. Let's see if they are popping it. Well, Team 5 is certainly going to pop theirs, and Pastaway is going to lose a lot of HP as a result. VXP93 with the Max 7 doing a lot of work, and MN finishes the job with the double vectors, and Team 5 reigns supreme on Brasilia. No team in sight, no team in the vicinity. They can claim this land for their own, and yeah, that's going to be it for the story of Brasilia. But we might have some fight brewing out towards Central, because team number 4 and 14 have spotted each other out. But Sidhu, he's not even taken out his weapon yet, and he's going to be knocked down. Lucifer, more than happy to kill a helpless man with his P90. Let's see if he can... well, actually, no, it was Lucifer's teammate who went down, and not the one, and he was the one who got the kill. Bhaskar's teammate is the one who got the kill, and those were the guys who were merciless enough to kill a defenseless man who didn't even have a weapon in his hands. But can't really blame them. I mean, if you make a mistake and get caught out like that, you are giving away free kills. Might have lagged out, might have had an FPS drop, in which case, get yourself a Dimensity or a Helio G processor, depending on which problem you're facing. But we keep cutting back towards Dark Shadow, and he's still chilling in the trees, Salty.
I mean, this is probably the epitome of the word chilling, because there is war going on in the rest of the map itself. We're seeing bloodbaths, we're seeing players being killed, and this guy is on top of a tree. I can't even stress on the fact that this is at the center of the map itself. So probably the zone is going to help him out as well, and he's going to feast at this particular position for a very, very long time. Talking about Central, the team number 14, who wiped down team just a while ago, have another company at the moment in the form of Team AB. And Team AB, though, this time they have both the players together, Sajad and Aladdin. As I say, these two players, they really work well in sync with each other. But I feel that team number 14, they realize it, and they're kind of falling back. Something which I saw earlier was the fact that the fight in Brasilia, team number 5 executed it perfectly. They had so many challenges, probably took down 1 or 2 teams in a very quick succession. The first fight which they took was well timed. They saw that, all right, this fight is over. That was the time to press your foot on the gas, and they immensely timed that fight to perfection. Once they executed them, they had another company, and the way they held their ground was brilliant. And I guess with all of Brasilia under their control, they're probably going to be having it easy for a little while. But I feel 5, the kind of team they are, they will probably look for more kills. They will try and find new enemies for themselves, and that is what they're doing. Currently, they are in the outskirts of the map itself. And with that out of the way, I guess, let's have a talk about the prize pool of the qualifiers, Floki. The first place gets 7,000, second place gets 4,000, third place gets 2,000, fourth place gets 1,000. That is decent enough money for a qualifier prize pool, Floki.
Yeah, that is pretty decent, and if you get yourself to the top 2, you have an even higher chance of making more money. So it's the gift that keeps on giving if you perform well. But you have to perform well in order to get those gifts. I mean, you can't just stay perched on top of a tree and hope that things go your way. Eventually, MN will spot him out, and that's going to be Dark Shadow's end. But looks like his teammate BXP93 was taking a heavy bit of fire. He will be forced to pop the time turner, and Dark Shadow, he's going to jump to his death, not give away any more kills, and yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the run for him at the Free Fire Gaming Masters. But let's see if this actually ends up resulting in anything. I mean, Dark Shadow dying is of no significance. But if team number 5 are able to, I don't know, establish more control over this area of it as a result, which they probably won't be because Dark Shadow had nothing in his hands, it could actually mean something. I mean, I gotta be honest, sometimes I just see people who are just chilling there, with no loot in their hands, and I just think to myself, what the hell are they even gonna do? Like, what are they gonna like show up and start punching me in the back if I take another fight? That's what they're gonna do. Like, it's not even threatening at that point. But I guess you don't really want to give up free points if they do come your way, and that's what they were trying to do. Geek Z
Yeah.
again, he's gonna be left to his own device over here, Salty. His teammate has been knocked down, and he is actually gonna go out there and take a peek. Now, MN is gonna come in the nick of time to save his friend, and Geek Z is gonna have to heal back up. But now with Geek's second team, Geek's teammate being eliminated, Team 5 are going to know exactly how many players are remaining over here, and they wouldn't mind pushing this. As soon as the heal comes in, I think Team 5 are going to press W and try and contest Geeksy. They have to be careful to not go in one by one and go in together so that they can, trade each other out. But even then, Geeksy, he still has a chance to make it work here and transfer spray over to the other opponent if they do stick together very closely. The double vectors at this range, they absolutely shred, and wisely so. Emin is going to be the one leading the charge. The grenades go out. Geek Z is going to drop the glue wall. He's going to drop the second glue wall as well, but now he's trapped himself. He can't really get out of here. The only way out for him is going to be death, and BXP93, he will gladly oblige. Jatin, elsewhere on the map, I think this is towards I think this is towards fields actually. Plantation is on Bermuda. But yeah, towards fields, these guys are gonna have a gala time fighting against team number 6 because both of their members are split up. But I don't think Team 20 has this information yet. Or they actually might because they forced out a glue wall from them, but they still don't know where Jatin is. And Thoroughbred, he's doing his best to not give away his position so that he does not end up being pushed. Jatin is going to start looping around, try and watch over his teammate, but let's see if he's actually able to hold and make sure he doesn't die. It's gonna take a fair amount of effort on his part to keep him alive, but Thorubed, he needs to make sure that he doesn't peek out, otherwise his head could get blown clean off of his shoulders. Vision elsewhere is going to be able to find the kill, but I really want to know what's happening with the team in fields there. For the time being,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. There we are. We're back over here, and that's where the action is brewing out, Salty. It seems that one player from team number 6 did take a fair amount of damage. Team number 21 coming in from the backside. Going to be able to third party this if they start hearing some gunshots, and they can choose to go in and go forward and claim some kills for themselves. But let's see if they do end up doing that. For the time being, they're just concerned with getting inside the circle, and Team 6 and Team 20, they're so close, Salty.
They're really, really close, but then I guess both the teams are quite uninterested. No one actually declared the fight against each other, and right now Team 6 had an idea that, alright, team number 20 is moving back. Let's just capture this entire territory for ourselves. On the other side, I guess another team has been aced right now. So with team number, I believe it is 20 out of the way, Team 6 can actually occupy the entire region. I'm not really sure what is their interest because right now they're going for the kills. They're certainly going for the kills. Thorum, he's interested in some blood, and I guess he is looping it up. He has taken down Vendroid. Instead gets traded down, and that is what happens. Stan FL comes up and he shows up big time. He gets both of them, and team number 20 lives another day. They will live to fight another day, if that is the saying. But that doesn't really matter because the circle shifts and all the teams are going to come in. There is a world of space in the northern part of the circle right now, even though there are no compounds. But I feel that there is a lot of space up for grabs, especially the cliff as well as the riverbank on the western side of the circle. It's gonna be a very attractive position for a lot of teams coming in from the west. So I don't really feel that the northern part will be very much occupied. Elsewhere here, we have Team Adi, Criminal being the only player in it. Team number 7, they're actually going for a suicide kill. They want the kill definitely, but then they're going into the danger zone. And if a grenade pops up, anything can happen. Even though, luckily, Pranav White, he gets a grenade and gets a kill. But right now, all I fear is the danger zone. Definitely, the bombs from heaven, they're falling. But they didn't really connect. I guess these players, they have luck on their favor.
Yeah, they certainly have Lady Luck by their side, but I'm not sure if the bombs are coming in from heaven. I think it's more appropriate to say that they're coming in from hell because no god in his right mind would bomb a small patch of purgatory like this. Why not just bomb the entire map if you're an omniscient being? Like, why do you gotta bother with just bombing small spaces? That surely seems like the work of the devil. But Team 21, they're going to be sitting inside fields for now. No real reason for them to move. The circle's still on top of them. There's going to be gatekeeping some of these teams that do end up coming and walking into their crosshairs. But elsewhere on the map, Team 19 and Team 5, or rather only this last surviving member from Team 19 is gonna try and get himself some more placement points, which is gonna be a little bit difficult when he's getting 2v1 over here. But the time turner is gonna slow it down for a little while. He's gonna get the hell out of here, use the enemy's time turner as cover. That's quite intelligent. And now he is trying to take a 1v2, but MN is gonna be quicker on. Is gonna be quicker with his trigger fingers and his aim, and he's going to be able to find the kill. And look at the circle, HUD shifting towards the northwest part of the map. This is certainly going to make things interesting. Team 17 with the upper hand, because Team 21 has to go low ground if they want to contest Team 17. And Team 17, they're going to have a much easier time trying to hold on, because they can just prop some high glue walls up on the high ground, and that's going to prevent Team 21 from having a direct line of sight towards Team 17. Now, Team 21 aren't done yet, because they also need to worry about the flanking Team 5 and the other team that is on the opposite end of the circle. But they can still try and make this work for another 20 seconds. That's how much of a window they have before they need to start moving. Over here, team number 5, a sick headshot by BX93 onto Anurag, and his teammate is going to be able to revive him, but Anurag is keen on pushing. I only see a sniper rifle in his hands, though. I don't see anything else. Maybe the grenade can do the job that the sniper rifle was meant to do. Nope, it's not going to be able to. Bhaskar elsewhere will pick up a kill onto MK65431. I think that's what his name was. But MK is actually going to go down, and now Pranav is going to be the only one standing, Salty. MN, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, trapping himself in a maze of glue walls, but Vision is now going to use those glue walls for himself and buy himself some time to heal back up. Team 5, in the meantime, will turn their attention towards Pranav, who's hauling grenades in their general direction. The first grenade will, or the second grenade will find a knock onto MN, and his teammate is going to have to be picked up. Teammate, in the meantime, will be very, very happy to pick up that kill onto Pranav, who was just hanging on for dear life and trying to do as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, his life has come to an end, and team number 5, they are looking to put team number 8's life to an end as well, with MN trying to close the gap. Anurag still standing strong as the time turner, but MN is gonna go down because Anurag with the MP40 reigns supreme. The time turner comes in the nick of time, haha, no pun intended, and he's gonna be able to secure the kill for himself. Bhaskar elsewhere on the map, Salty, he's on the low ground and he has a sniper rifle in his hands, but he doesn't really have a good angle and he seems to be lagging.
Yeah, he certainly is lagging right now. The circle, no one really occupies the circle as of yet because it's an open circle. Everyone's going to play the edge of the zone because the spacing between the teams is really important as of yet. Bhaskar trying to move up, but then the glue walls will protect Team Maverick as of yet. But I guess once Bhaskar moves up, they're going to launch an assault. They're going to come up with a counter attack, and Bhaskar will have to answer that. Will he have an answer to the question posed by Team Maverick? I'm not really sure. Bhaskar does have the shotgun for himself. He might actually be effective on short range, but that's not happening. Team Maverick, they're the kill leaders, and that has been the case for the entire day. We have seen in the best of threes, they've always been killing everyone. AKD Gaming, it was probably, I'm not really sure what it was, but nonetheless, they've been aced down. Team Maverick with 7 kills already. They had 8 kills in the first game. They had 9 kills in the first game, 8 in the next, and right now they already have 7. Anurag taking the run for his life. He goes behind a tree and takes cover, but then Vision, he has only one glue wall to work with. He needs to fight really quickly because otherwise he might just get taken down. The Booyah is supposedly something which they wanted in this match as well, but I don't really think they have enough utilities to work it out. SD7 does have some hard cover to work with. I'm not really sure if he has a circle because circle is going to come in on him first. Team number 21, probably the only two-man side right now. They can actually use their manpower. Vision using the time turner will get the kill. He does get 1 kill for himself right now. They have 8 kills. Team Maverick, Vision all by himself couldn't really do anything because the other team will just shut him down just by the sheer manpower they had. Current 0001 as well as Abhi 001. They love 001s, but that doesn't really matter. Braveheart, they have a ton of points, and that's 490 with 4 kill points. But Team Maverick with 8 kills. That's insane, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, they have gotten... Salty, to be perfectly honest with you, we have seen teams get even more kills. In fact, if just a day before yesterday or the day before that, if you were there for the BO3, you would have seen Team Enigma get 3 booyahs in a row in a best of 3. That's getting a booyah on Bermuda, getting a booyah on Kalahari, and getting a booyah on Purgatory. that is something we've never seen before, Salty. So, if you're going to if you're going to continue to cast this tournament, you should start setting your standards a little bit higher because we're going to see a lot better action brewing out, Salty, and I'm quite sure you're going to be excited for that. But you were right. Team Maverick did get themselves a lot of kills and held in the second and held. Man, I can't even. I lose track of what I'm saying when I see things like these. Like, what the hell is Dark Shadow trying to do sitting on top of that tree? I mean, what is even the strat there? Is the strat to just survive and get placement points? I mean,
I'll tell you what exactly the strat is. The strat is monkey.
The strat is monkey. If you can't shoot them, just chill in a tree, wait for things to happen, and maybe eventually you'll win a booyah. If not, you were gonna die, and hey, you were gonna die anyway, so why does it matter? Might as well chill in the tree and enjoy life. Playing the map on Purgatory, playing Free Fire, that stuff's too complicated. Sometimes you just wanna lie down and have a banana. Actually, if you're on top of a coconut tree, you can't really have a banana, can you? You can only have coconuts. Yeah, I mean, how the hell else are you gonna get bananas from?
But
where the hell
banana
else are you
trees
gonna get
aren't that
bananas
long. I don't think monkeys actually climb on banana trees. They climb on coconut trees, carrying bananas in their hands. Don't you think that's more logical?
I've read somewhere that chimpanzees are actually omnivore and they are extremely territorial. They tend to rip each other apart if they stray into an enemy tribe's territory. So I'm not quite sure about what chimpanzees do, but I do know for a fact that yes, monkeys are a lot more peaceful in that regard, and they also they also tend to like bananas. But maybe that's just a stereotype associated with monkeys. I could be wrong. You never know which corporate in the 50s or 40s decided to have a banana marketing campaign because they weren't clearly selling enough bananas, and they decided to associate it with monkeys for some reason, and it worked. But regardless of what happens with monkeys and bananas. The highlights are on our screen, Salty, and Team Maverick, they've been putting up a very consistent performance, like you said. And to add a bit more to that, I think if they continue performing like this, they are going to start giving teams some trouble because it is one thing in Free Fire to not know what the right move is. It is another thing to know what the right move is and not make it because you're so confident in your other abilities, right? I mean, Team Maverick, they were so confident in their gunfights that every single ability cooldown that they had, they used it to go aggressive. They used it to try and get picks, and they just never took their foot off the gas pedal. And as a result, they get themselves the booyah. That means they get to the They go to the playoffs. They get themselves 7,000 rupees, and Green Ninja, they're gonna have to be satisfied with 4,000, but they also get a ticket to the playoffs. Now, when it comes to Team 3 and Team number 4, they get themselves 735 points each, but based on positioning points, which is what we use to determine who's going to be ranked higher, Braveheart is the team that's going to be taking 2,000 rupees, and team number 4, that's Untouchables, are going to be taking 1,000 rupees for themselves in 4th place. So that's going to be the distribution for the first BO3, Salty. Is there anything you would like to say before we take a long break and come back with the second game?
I'm not really sure. I guess all the teams really came up. The difference between the points between, I don't know, from team number 2 to team number 6 is not that much if you have a look at it. I mean, 850 and 690, that's not a lot. But then if you look at team number 1, that's a huge difference. Almost like a 500-point difference between team number 2 and team number 1. So definitely Team Maverick stood up, and they deservedly are the number 1 team in this particular best of 3. But that doesn't really matter because both Team Maverick as well as Ninja, both of them booked their tickets to the playoffs. Ancient Bots, Mafia, Blood Warriors, AKB Gaming, I've seen these teams play since yesterday. They've been good, but couldn't really perform. They missed it by a whisker. If you look at it, I mean, 735 and 700, 690. It's painstakingly close, but nonetheless, I guess they'll have another shot next time around. I guess the next BO3 will come in pretty shortly. That doesn't really matter, but Floki, you can go for the outro. Just go for it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021 powered by JioGames. We're going to be back with the second best of 3 of the day, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you stay tuned and keep the stream running in the background. But for the time being, me and Salty, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. high-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper-Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G UltraSave is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI super resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos and superb night shots. Integrated with these advanced technologies, MediaTek Helio G95 does the hard work, ensuring your smartphone always keeps up with you, so that you can focus on the moment. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G Ultra Save is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. the industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to MediaTek Presents Free Fire Gaming Masters Quest for the Best, powered by JioGames. This is me, Salty. Along with me, I have Floki, as well as 4 wonderful observers. We've seen the first best of 3 of the day just fly by already. This is the beginning of the second best of 3. What are your views, Loki? What are you expecting? Do you feel that someone else is going to dominate just like the way Maverick has been doing in the first BO3?
Well, I'll tell you what I expect based on what I see so far. I don't expect any team to go towards Observatory. I don't expect any team to go towards Nirunam Village. But teams have proved me wrong in the past and have done the exact opposite of what I say. So who am I to say anything really at the end of the day? I mean, look at Teammate. They've got plans of their own. They don't even want to drop in on the main island. They're much more comfortable dropping in the water instead, and that's where they're gonna go. They're gonna go for a nice little swim off of the beaches of Bermuda, and they're gonna enjoy themselves. I mean, what kind of prediction I could possibly make about
better
this?
beaches than. Sometimes I feel like these are better beaches than the ones that we find originally, considering the pollution and stuff. I guess these beaches, they look serene and calm and peaceful. I would love to visit a Bermuda beach one day, only if I could.
Well, you know what they say about Bermuda. Once you go there, you can't really come back. So be careful what you wish for, Salty, because yeah, Bermuda is a place that you don't tend to survive. I wonder if they kept the name of this island intentionally Bermuda as a result of the Bermuda Triangle and whatnot and all those rumors back in the day. Yeah, I wonder if this is a reference or a homage to one of those to the actual Bermuda Triangle. But for the time being, SK Boss is taking a fight against I think his name is Pankaj. Did he miss out a P somewhere in there? Was his name Pankaj? And no, it is actually Pankaj. And Pankaj is gonna get knocked down, but his teammate Mr. Crush is gonna come in and help him out over here. So he's gonna be revived back up. Gonna have some HP to work with. But back towards Kota 2, Team 14 and Team 3 both facing off against each other. Let's see if they can actually make something happen over here. Team 14, they're still operating under the cover. They don't really have to worry too much about being pushed, but Yeah, team number 14, they are certainly taking the fight to team number 3, and team number 3 eventually will get knocked down. Joker FF will find 2 kills, and TJ Gaming will be eliminated. His teammate is going to be revived back up, Salty, and hasn't even been 3 minutes, and already we see 2 teams getting knocked out right off the bat.
Yeah, like Team TJ was a really good performing team. We saw them last day. Koni Rohit and his team, they were really aggressive in how they actually proceeded about the game. But right now, I guess that things are really changing with tougher competition, with players who are more serious. I guess the competition gets even more intense. The matches get even more intense. And these early knocks and early eliminations, I mean, you wouldn't really expect a team like Team TJ to get knocked out early, but that is what is happening right now. Elsewhere, this is Riverside. Just on the outskirts of Riverside, we have team number 18 and team number 12 square off. Even though team number 12 do have some hard cover to work with, they have a house as well as some fence to work with. I don't really. I can really say the same with team number 18 because they have only a single rock. Jadugar is, I would say, trapped in this particular position. He does have the time turner though, and he will use it for some sort of shield. Even though he has been reduced like 30 HP, he is still surviving by the skin of his teeth and tries to move back to the stone because he knows that the glue wall is not going to survive. This is going to be, I'm not really sure, pain. I'm not really sure what it is, but no, I guess it's Paul, TSG Paul. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. He is jumping and using his LMG to his best. He's already taking down one player, and this is team number 12. Both of them are working at terribly low HP, and this is Paul, and he has taken a brilliant 1v2 clutch, taking down both the players. I mean, I didn't really expect him to clutch out there, but he did. Elsewhere on the map, we have another fight going on. This is Quick by team number 16, who just wiped down Beatrix Gaming in a flash. That shotgun has been lifting really heavy since today.
Yeah, I mean, the shotguns, at close range, they tend to do a lot of work. And with the addition of the Mag 7, we are seeing more and more people start exploring that option over the SMGs. Mag 7, of course, one of the few auto shotguns in the game. We saw that it doesn't really have one of the best rates of fire, but it's definitely decent enough to compete with the 1014. Not really sure what advantage it has over the 1014, but hey, the more people use it, the more we'll find out. For the time being in Shipyard, Salty, there seems to be 2 teams trying to square off against each other, but team number 1's Uttam might be in a bit of a trouble, might be in a bit of a pickle here, because his location has been marked perfectly by Isha and Reed. They both just sort of marking the exit ways, and Uttam knows about this, so he can't really peek out. He's waiting for his teammate to come in and maybe make a play. He could continue to distract them, but it seems that Isha did not go for the shot, so Uttam will be able to make it back towards more cover and make it harder for Team 11 to engage. Now, Team 11, they might be in a world of trouble because if they both decide to peek out at once, Chirag and Uttam, then Isha is definitely going to go down. And I doubt Isha's teammate is going to be able to convert the kill in time. Now, Isha does have the double vectors, but at this range, they don't really do a lot of work.
Reed is in a very, I would say, good position at the moment, even though there is like zero trade potential in between them, but he can definitely flank. But I guess this is team number 1 that is doing the right job. They're trying to take out the flank early, and in this particular situation, it is a 1v2 for Reed, and converting this is going to be really trouble. Isha recognizes it, and he jumps in to provide more cover. This is going to be a proper 2v2. There is no flank, there is no 2v1, there is no handicap. This is going to be a proper tag team match, and I believe it is going to be team number 11 who's going to come out on the right end of it. They both take down players individually. I guess they both have 1 kills each. And that was a really good sense of awareness. Isha knew that Reed could be in a heap of trouble if if she or he lets him in a 2v1 fight. She jumps into his rescue and does the job perfectly. They really well executed the timings. The backup came in perfectly, and those kills, they were a result of that.
Absolutely. I mean, you play off of each other, you utilize each other's line of sight and positioning to your advantage, and you're more likely to win. That's the entire purpose of Duo Mode, to be able to play off of a teammate and to set each other up for success. And not at the cost of one another, but actually doing so to uplift one another, creating those opportunities yourself, taking the risks when needed. And
wow.
Yeah, over here, this did not seem like a risk that Team 17 had to take, but they took it regardless, and they end up losing via ton for it. Now, this allows the enemy team to close the distance and get a little bit more distance or a little less distance between them and the enemy. And if they want, they can certainly start swarming this house. Thankfully, his teammate does have a lot of med kits and a lot of heals to work with, so he's going to be able to get himself back up to full HP. But Tusha and Ethwi, they could both run up the stairs at once, and yeah, team number 17 could have a hard time dealing with it.
If a single grenade pops up in this balcony, they both dead meat. They're grilled in the oven. But I don't think they're doing that. Team number 5, they realize that storming this house, storming the mansion is going to be of no use. They probably utilize some spacing in between, and that is the reason why they move on to the other building. And playing off from this particular distance is much more safer an option, because definitely if you get knocked out, you have that potential where you can revive back and get back into the fight once again. Team number 5 though, they're in a good position. Team number 17, they're kind of stuck as well. I wouldn't say stuck, because holding these two compounds in peak, they can actually result you going on to pretty deep inside the map itself in the match, because the zone generally tends to come around peak as well as beam strip. So these two compounds are really good for holding. I'm not really sure if battling is going to be a very good option, because there's going to be third parties as well as a lot of other teams is going to come in and try and take these compounds away from their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, these compounds are definitely not the easiest to hold on to when everyone has this eyes set on them. But the double balcony compound is one that is slightly easier to defend, thanks to it having a single staircase, and also the fact that it has basically balcony surrounding it means that it's a lot harder to nade into. So you're kind of stuck just dreaming of taking that fight, but you never do. But over here, fight will actually break out. Ethwi with the Max 7 and the double glue walls to protect himself for a little while longer. Time turner gets dropped from Tusha 47. Keeping herself alive for now, and now they're going to be able to pick up both kills as Ethwi and Tusha turn in opposite directions and both get knocks at the same time, resulting in 2 quick kills for Team 5. Great teamwork and great synergy, possibly even great communication there, because almost it seemed that telepathically Ethwi turned towards the left and his teammate turned towards the right, and they both killed the person standing in front of them. So yeah, great aim and great communication possibly there by team number 5. Let's see if they can make more of this though, because if they want to get the booyah, they need to make their way inside the circle, and for now where they are, it's being guarded by team 17, so they're gonna have to deal with them.
Certainly, and I guess team number 2 didn't even make their presence felt. And the fact that team number 5, I mean, Tusha went in front of team number 2 with the melee in his hand. The way they reacted to it, it was perfect. Right now, things are actually becoming a bit sketchy, because team number 5, they find themselves in a little bit of puddle. They have nowhere to go, especially because they're out of the circle already, and the circle closes in around 30 seconds. They have team number 14 coming in, though, and this is not good news. We saw the map just a while ago, and I could see a world of space in the southern end of the circle, and that is one of the reasons why, I mean, that is one of the effects of teams trying to loop around the circle and wanting to go the long distance. But that is, I mean, let's talk about it some other day, because right now it is team number 7 who take one particular team down. I didn't really notice which particular team it was. Tusha is definitely taking some damage. I'm not really sure from whom, but LVT Joker FF is definitely spraying it down on Ethwi.
Yeah, I mean, Ethwi and Tusha both are taking a fair amount of fire over here. The SKS at this distance does shred, so you're going to have to be careful if you're Ethwi. And Ethwi is not taking cover, and he's going to be knocked down as a result. The kill is going to be converted, and Tusha needs to get the hell out of this place and get the hell out of dodge, because taking this 1v2 is going to be a suicide mission. And Tusha, taking a lot of damage, needs to heal himself or herself back up. Is going to be able to do so, but what are you going to do when they come swarming in? It's all going to come down to your aim. Well, the glue wall will buy you some amount of time, but eventually that push is going to come through, and that is when your Max 7 is going to have to do a majority of the heavy lifting. Can't even break your own glue wall in this sort of a situation, because it's going to be difficult for you to predict where the enemy is going to be. And it seems that for the time being, they're just going to leave Tusha alone. So Tusha is going to be able to heal back up, get some HP going, but the blue zone's going to start closing in and dealing damage. And when that does, and when that starts happening, and when Tusha runs out of medkits, Team 14, well, they most certainly are not going to be able to take a fight against Tusha. No medkits remaining, so eventually you have to move out if you're Tusha. Let's see if they decide to do it. Ahmed still marking that position though, does not want to let go of the kill. Tusha could certainly make this a lot more expensive for the enemy team by deploying more glue walls. And yeah, I mean, it could also just not be worth it for Team 14 because they need to get inside the circle. Otherwise, they're not going to get themselves a good compound to hold on to. And that could be problematic given the state of the circle.
I like what Team 14 did over there. They tried to kind of gatekeep Tusha out of the circle. They wanted him to heal himself up and then take the damage from the circle. And just when he decides to, all right, let's just move out. I think that they've gone out of this particular position. Just when Tusha decides to move out, they probably decided to press the trigger, but that was not what happening. Tusha is still out in the circle, but elsewhere on the map, we had team number 16 dealing quite a lot of amount of damage on Team Beery. I'm not really sure what this name means, but certainly team number 7, we're in a heap of trouble right now because Ankaj is at 49 HP. He will heal himself eventually because he has 9 medkits to his name, but team number 16, they're constantly spraying him down. Even though team number 7, the player number 7 rather, at this point, he can easily move away from this particular fight. I'm definitely not seeing any advantage of Ankaj trying to take this battle, trying to take this 1v2 because I don't see how he can actually win this one. Eventually, he's going to move out. Yes, he is moving towards the circle. So definitely that is a better option out of the two. I guess gatekeeping team number 16 is going to be a much more plausible option at this particular point. Trying to go inside the circle, secure a position for yourself, and then try and take down others. Doing that, not being inside the circle is probably going to hurt you even more than the opposition team.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be inside the circle because gatekeeping outside of it is not really going to matter. Eventually, you're going to get gate kept yourself if you don't get in the circle in time. But oh my god, that grenade from Paul never ceases to disappoint me. Once again, he is coming in clutch and helping out his teammate. Jadugar, he is more than happy to conserve his resources and get some more from the corpses of his opponents. But yeah, Paul has certainly been doing the heavy lifting for the time being for the knockoff team TSG. Tusha, well, still surviving, is going to be able to take the car and get himself or herself back to cover. No, you're not able to do that. Team 17 will eventually be successful in gatekeeping Tusha and get themselves 1 kill on the board, but they still have to deal with team number 14. Now, they have to go down towards the low ground, which could be a bit problematic for team 17.
Yeah.
Going low ground is harder than going high ground because you can't even deploy glue walls for cover that easily. And if you do, then you kind of just stuck in a situation where your position gets marked and then you're not so easily able to move out of there. The only thing you can do is, I guess, keep deploying glue walls and peek out when you run out of them. The enemy team doesn't expect that. But Viaton, for the time being with the SKS, is going to be able to hold on to his hats, and those double glue walls are going to be protecting him. Team 15, they're looking towards his general direction, but it's going to be hard for them to do anything without putting themselves in danger because they too are going to have to walk up high ground to take this fight.
Yeah.
Well, the next
I guess the circle hard shifted, you know, Floki. I guess the circle hard shifted very much towards the Bhima Sakti strip, and that leaves so many teams, you know, scrambling for positions, scrambling for territory. At the moment, team number 17, yes, I pronounced it right. For the I guess for the third and the final time, Viazai is the right pronunciation, but he actually will manage to get inside the circle, probably sneak into it. But team number 14, as well as the teams that are coming in downhill, they will have a heap of trouble at the moment. This is going to be LVT Joker Rev. Just have a look. He is still trying to hold his position inside the shack itself. When they try and decide, all right, let's just move in, I'm not really sure how they're going to do that because there is going to be a lot of teams down there. Team number 15 and team number 6 are already battling it out. This is going to be Rushit. He has already lost his teammate, and right now the MP40 is out. He needs to get at least one knock. He won't be able to do that because team number 15 just manages to demolish. This is team number 14, and here they go. They do manage to come in, and right now Joker unleashes his shotgun, realizes that he missed his first shot, deploys the glue wall, and just wants to move away. His friend, though, Ahmed, he is still healing himself up, and probably he will come into function now. He needs to do a lot of heavy lifting for his team because I guess his teammate, he's kind of stuck over there. Ahmed taking a lot of damage. He deploys a glue wall once again to defend himself. This is a maze of glue walls, but what do team number 14 do? Ahmed finally manages a knock, and there is going to be one player for 15 who is probably in a merry-go-round of glue walls, one grenade, and it can actually cook him up. like the best meat that has ever been cooked. Ahmed trying to toss them up, misses both those grenades. John, he is still holding on to his dear life, but how long? The glue wall is eventually going to break, and I guess team number 14, they're going to push forward. They want to get this particular kill because that will reduce the number of teams to 5 and reduce the number of players to 7. But in the meantime, we have team number 16 coming in from behind. Ahmed's taking so much damage. Team number 14, even though they have the numbers advantage, this can be problematic. And there you go, Ahmed getting knocked out. But I guess it was Joker who finished things off. Right now, we are left with 3 teams and 5 players. There you go, Floki. This is a triple threat.
Yeah. Absolutely. Ankaj is going to be all by his lonesome in this big, bad, scary world of duos, and he's going to have to do a lot. Probably pull a rabbit out of the hat, because that's the only thing that's going to be saving him, or giving him any chance of a victory. Maybe he pulls out the rabbit, tells him a little secret. This is what he got to do to win the game. Just stay here, hold on to the position, let them fight. But TSG Paul and TSG Jadugar, the knockoff TSG players, they are moving forward and occupying the more central position towards the circle. This is going to allow them to peek out eventually when Team 14 starts rushing in themselves. Now, unless Team 14 have a lot of glue walls, they could be in a bit of trouble. But at close range, the shotguns are going to shred from Team 14, so they are not too worried about this. Paul, though, for the time being, still has the Groza equipped. Let's see what starts happening as the blue zone starts closing in. Ankaj with the grenade launchers trying to take down Paul, but Paul is going to be forced to use his glue walls, and the second grenade launcher shot from Ankaj is going to be able to take down Paul for the time being, but he's still standing tall. He still has a time turn. In fact, they've blocked themselves in with the glue walls. Ankaj with the glue wall of his own is going to be able to block both of them out, converting it into a 1v1. Can he win it? No, he cannot. The zone will eventually knock him out, but Jadugar is the one who dealt the majority of the damage, and Team Jester, who are clowning off of Team TSG, are going to be the ones who get themselves the first place and the booyah to go along with it. I mean, they're the same thing, but Team Jester living up to their name with those Joker masks, knocking off Team TSG. Let's see what else they have in store, because there are still 2 more games to go.
Certainly, and look at the kills in this one. We have Black Diamond with, I believe that was 7 kills, so probably 5 kills, and Frantics probably had 7 kills. Nonetheless, I guess a lot of teams really lived up to their expectations, especially Team Jest. I love the way how they actually managed to win in the final circle. The knockoff Team TSG, they tried to capitalize the position, but right now we will have a look at the highlights, and we definitely had a fair share of good fights and bad fights. This one being on the good side. I love the fact how team number 11, they came together in crisis and worked well. This was another moment when team number 5, I believe it was, yes, it was team number 5 who stuck together and took team number 2 down together itself. I guess that is what happens. A friend in need is a friend indeed, and both of them, they jumped together, fired at the same person and take them down. This was eventually the moment when team number 5 got shut down, especially for the fact that they kind of decided to move outskirts and venture out in the open and got taken down by team number 14. One of the grenades that really stood out was TSG Paul's grenade, which took down 2 players at once. But this fight, this was a comedy of errors. Team number 14 trying to get the kills. Ahmed probably getting the first knock. I believe it was Ahmed who actually got the first knock when he went inside this building, and we got to see that, all right, yes, he was the first one who got this initial knock. But then John trapped himself up in a maze of glue walls and couldn't really come up with anything. There were a lot of grenades though, Floki, and that was really funny. Ahmed popping off those grenades, trying to, toss it inside that bowl. I would call it a Super Bowl, but couldn't really get John.
Yeah. I mean, John was trapped in there, right? I mean, even if he, managed to break the glue wall and go out, Ahmed would have still had his number. So his only real option was to maybe outplay him when he heard the grenades coming in. Use that time turn to keep yourself alive a little while longer. But even that can not work out in some situations. So he kind of just had no play to make over there. But yeah, I love the way Ankaj played this. Like, look at this. Towards the end, you're going to see Team 14 and Team 18 both try to close in on his location. And with just one glue wall, he's going to be able to seal them off and make them take heavy blue zone damage. This is a glue wall that I'm talking about. Look at this. He drops this one. And now they start going forward, drop their own glue walls. And immediately in response, Ankaj blocks off their, forward push with his own glue wall. So that little gap between those 2 glue walls, it was covered by Ankaj, and as a result, they could never push, and Ankaj got himself a 1v1. He didn't win the 1v1, but that did make sure that he's able to get himself the 2nd spot on the leaderboard so far. Not a big difference between 2nd and 3rd place, so Black Diamond are going to have to do a lot more work to maintain their lead. But Jesters, they for sure are sitting on a comfortable lead of 90 points, and if they keep this performance up, they can most certainly get to the playoffs. 2 more games still remaining though. Anything could happen. If you want to find out if your favorite team is going to be making it to the playoffs, you need to stay tuned in because me and Salty are going to be taking a quick break. Until then, you're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021 powered by JioGames.
Ladies and
Ladies
gentlemen,
and-
once again. All right.
Go
We'll
for it,
have to
Salty,
do a
go
stone,
for it.
paper, scissors to decide who's going to do it. But I'm going to do it this time because MediaTek presents Free Fire Gaming Masters. Quest for the best, powered by JioGames, is not going to wait. This is me, Salty. And once again, my partner for the day is going to be Floki. We have the second map of the second BO3. It's going to be Kalahari. Once again,
Yeah.
let's see what is going to happen. The flight path dividing the entire map into two. Even though my math is really bad, but I can say that this map has been divided into two by this particular flight path itself. I don't know.
I mean, it is bisecting it in half quite well, diagonally, if I were to be more precise and accurate. But yeah, this map, the flight path basically means teams get to go wherever the hell they want. Santa Catrina is going to be the high tier loot zone, but elsewhere towards the maze, action brewing out already as S5 Oshik putting that double barrel shotgun to good use. His teammate, well, he is going to be able to cover his back, and Fish is going to be able to secure that kill. So team number 12,
No.
right off the bat, getting themselves 4 kills. But oh no, look at this. Team number 14, Joker and FR and Emma, they are spotting them out. So they're not going to let them get away with this scot-free. But thankfully for them, because they got themselves those kills, they're going to be having some extra loot to work with if those players did pick some up for themselves. But over here in Mammoth, team number 10, they are able to stay alive for the time being. Let's see if they can continue to do so. S5 Fish and S5 Oshik. Well, yeah, both of these guys, they need to just, huddle up with each other and not really move too far because FR and Ahmed has a woodpecker in his hand and he's going to see every move that Team 12 make. provided
Yeah.
they do it in the open. As long as they keep taking cover like they are, they should be okay. But that doesn't mean that they won't have to take this fight. Eventually, they'll have to take this fight, and that's when we'll see if they're capable of besting team number 14. But for the time being, looks like SK Boss is going to be knocked down, and Reha is going to be the only person remaining standing. So now you're stuck in a 1v2 situation. What are you going to do? The XM8 in hand, HP lost already. Let's see if he turns around and gets the kill. I think Team TB got confused a little bit there. They started shooting at each other instead of shooting at Reha. But yeah, Reha's going to be able to get themselves back in cover.
Like what, team number 5, they completely lost Reha in the maze. I mean, it's not even a maze, that's a single pillar. Reha completely fooled them. But I guess it's karma. You try and fool somebody, karma gets back at you, and that is how team number 8 is managing to come right in front of Reha. Reha is still managing to move away from the fight, but eventually, I said it, karma always comes back. Ethwe did get the kill, and yeah, redeemed for his team. But then team number 5, team number 8, they're still pretty close together. They can actually decide to take a fight, but looking at the map itself, you can see most of the teams, Loki, they're well spread out. I don't see a cluster anywhere. I mean, individual cities, individual compounds been taken by teams. That actually gives me a sense of hope that this match, it is going to be a blast or probably an explosive when the 5th or the 6th circle closes in, because there's going to be so many players remaining alive for this thing. That is the prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, first place getting 7,000 rupees, second place getting 4,000 rupees, and of course, the top two making their way towards the playoffs. The third and fourth place, well, they're only going to have to be satisfied with the cash prize in their hands. But it's not something to scoff at, you know. You put in a little bit of effort, you dedicated a few hours of your time, and you got yourself a decent amount of money for it. So, you know, not all's, you know, all's well that ends okay. And most certainly, if you end in the third or fourth spot, you'll certainly be, you know, not unhappy with the amount of money that you make. But for the time being, Team 12 and Team 14 taking a fight against each other at long range. S5 Fish, he does have the XM8 in hand, and Joker FF, he has the AN94, but he's not really choosing to engage at this distance. Both teams with their assault rifles are trying to take it easy and trying to really find an angle or a vantage point or some sort of advantage that they can work with here. Team 12, they're going to find it in the form of the high ground on top of this little truck, but FRN, team number 14, they can just choose to disengage over here and get themselves to a better spot where they can actually have a, you know, stand a chance against Team S5. For the time being, though, it's a stalemate.
It is certainly a stalemate. I don't think either of these teams would actually push forward for more territory for themselves. Both of these two teams have built up certain amount of resistance against each other. I don't see either of these teams kind of going for it because it is not worth it. But then team number 14 decide to do other way. I'm not really sure where this glue wall is placed, but certainly there is a world of view from underneath the glue wall, and Oshik is completely visible. But that isn't going to matter because one grenade coming in from Oshik, it's going to fry Ahmad. The second grenade pops up. Joker FF runs for his life, but I guess that did a considerable amount of damage, reducing it to a 1v2. And right now, team number 12, they're going to conquer on the Frantics, and they've taken down 2 squads at the moment, I believe. But I mean, that first grenade that really turned things up. I don't really understand why team number 14 had to move out of cover and try and take that part out of their position, but eventually they did, and team S5, they just capitalized on that particular rotation from their opposition.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, these players are going to be taking a fight. That UAV overhead is actually going to reveal so much. Player number 1 Chirag's, or the team number 1 Chirag's position is going to be revealed to the teams inside the circle. But for the time being, Uttam with the Woodpecker is gatekeeping Team 15 from coming in deeper towards this command post area. I'm not even sure if this is command post. I think this might be Bayfront for all intents and purposes. But yeah, Uttam has a double barrel shotgun in his hand, and at this distance, he can certainly do a lot of work with it. He's waiting for someone to walk up the stairs so he can punish them. But no one's really taking that risk just yet. Team 3, Very happy to just play this a bit patiently, but as soon as I say that Mahalakal is gonna get on top and take the action to Team 1, well, he's certainly gonna get what he wished for because Uttam is gonna knock him down with a double barrel shotgun. His teammate Kuni Rohit is not able to cover him in the nick of time, and Uttam will go down. But look at this, Team 15 wants in on the action. Behind them is Team number 9. So this is being a third party and a fourth party and a fifth party at the same time. And those grenades come raining in, and John is gonna be able to find both of those kills as a result. Can he find more though? That's the question. Alpha there. He is on the outskirts trying to live in the double vectors. They shred his opponents apart, and SE Hari, well, he is going to be eliminated along with his teammate in Beatrix Gaming, and that's going to be the end of the road for them, at least on map number 2. They still have map number 3 to work with, but given the number of points they've scored on this one, yeah, they're going to have to work extra hard to make up for the difference.
Yeah. Right now it is team number 16 and 11. They're still kind of staring at each other and trying to make something of it. I guess the grapple gun has been, I don't know, useful for team number 11. Isha, BFF, always finding herself or himself in a high position, trying to provide some reconnaissance from top. I'm not really sure how advantageous is that going to sound because team number 16, they can isolate and take those kills from team number 11. Elsewhere on the map, we have a fight between team number 2 and team number 18. Team TSG, who is definitely not team TSG, but go up against the Star. And Team Star already has a kill for themselves. There is a huge gap in between these two teams. So certainly a close quarter combat is out of question. But what do team number 2 do from here itself is my question though, because team 18, they're on the right side of the circle, and team number 2, they have to push forward. Moving on is going to be a death trap because they can't actually afford to leave their position right now because that is the only cover that is available nearby the geography. Team number 18 though, they're trying to flank them down because they want those kills. They know that team number 2 is kind of pinned down in between these small, I don't know, what do you call these, Floki? I'm absolutely have no idea what you call this, but this is the only cover that they had. And Paul coming in and encapsulating them from side, I guess this is going to be their end. Yeah, the devil ringing their death knell. I'm not really sure if that's going to be for long because Paul, with such a beautiful position and Jadugar trying to capitalize on this thing. I guess the only job that Paul had was to chase him out of the cover, and I guess Jadugar is going to be the one who will try and take those kills from here itself. They're trying to push in, and Jadugar will actually activate a 1v2 at the moment, and he will get the kill for himself. So that was a perfectly applied strategy from team TSG. But coming back to my question, what do you call these, Floki? Like these blockers, boulders barricades across the road?
I guess you could just call them barricades. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. You know, they work similar to barricades. They're made of cement, and they provide a decent amount of cover. I'm not quite sure what else to call them. I wonder what the specific term for them is. Maybe there's someone in chat, they can let us know. But for the time being, S5 Oshik, I think he's just going to bleed out to the zone at this rate. He does not have any heals to work with. When the zone number 2 starts closing in, he's actually not going to be able to survive. His teammate is nowhere around him, and it looks like he's not going to be revived. He's resigned his fate, he's given up on life, and he's not going to be moving forward. Elsewhere though, Biddy's Mr. Crush certainly has a lot to work with here, but Pros has the high ground, and you know how the saying goes, you know, once you have the high ground, there's not much you can do against them. Anil, with the M4, making good use of the vantage point that he has, but with the team being behind cover, there's not going to be much he can do for now. Other teams could start closing in on his position if he lets them, and he continues to, you know, fire towards team number 7. But yeah, I mean, he has to be worried about the teams in Refinery. There is a zipline leading directly to his location, so if they start hearing a lot more gunshots, they could make their way here. And wisely, he is going to back off for the time being, but let's see if he continues to do so or not. He is so persistent. He does not want to leave this place. He wants to gatekeep 1v2. I'm not sure if this is the best idea in the world. I think when you're in here, you just... can you even convert these skills? I'm not sure you can, Salty. Why don't you walk me through this one? I don't see a situation where Anil actually comes out on top over here.
I mean, that is the point, right? When you're in a high ground, this steep, It is certainly an advantage, but getting kills is equally as difficult because you don't really get to see a place where you have a clear line of sight. The main concept of having a high ground is getting a clear line of sight on your opposition, and that is being counteracted by the fact that you have these steep slopes, and when you have such a steep slope, you probably won't be making good use of it. Just have a look. Anil does have a clear vision at this particular point, but at this range, that M4, I'm not really sure he'll be able to connect. And that is what I was saying. Until and unless you have a clear line of sight or a clear view on what your opposition is doing, having a high ground is probably not going to help you. From a defensive point of view, yeah, for sure, you are safe. But in terms of an attacking point of view, unless and until you have a line of sight, you can't really do anything. I repeated that thing for probably the third time.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay, Salty. Don't worry about it. We all tend to repeat stuff. But team number 18, for the time being, on top of this tower in command post. Forgot what this was called. Production had given it a very nice name, but yeah, this tower is going to give them a lot of sight around over the surrounding area. These grappling hooks really tend to come in handy on Kalahari, and this is exactly why. Look at the oversight that they have. They can gatekeep pretty much anyone that they desire from this location in command post, and boy oh boy is it going to be hard to get them off of here without having something like a grenade launcher to work with. Even with a grenade launcher, it could be hard to connect those shots up there. Maybe a sniper rifle, something like two M82Bs could do the trick if you do have the vantage point. And oh no, that drop ends up falling down. That is going to be unfortunate for team number 18. But they still have a fair amount of ammo to work with, I think. JioGames is considering going down there with the grapple hook, but this is most certainly going to be equivalent to signing his own death warrant because yeah, look at Team 7 and Team 5. When they hear that grappling hook, when they hear JioGames drop, they are going to punish him. And there's no way he gets out of this one alive. Oh no, Fish, he reveals his position. His head was showing, but thankfully enough, he's quick to get the glue walls. So he will live for a little while longer. But eventually he's going to have to go inside the zone, and that means being in the crosshairs of team number 18. Team number 7 in the meantime, going to cross the bridge deeper towards, they're going to cross the path deeper towards command post, and JioGames is going to be able to pick up a kill elsewhere on the map, finish off Fish. And yeah, with the circle closing in, team number 7's Mr. Crush and Unkaj, they found themselves a good house to hold on to. But JioGames seems to be lagging because he is not shooting in the right... Oh no, Alpha, they walked over his own landmine and knocked himself out. That is going to be a big problem for Mjan because he's going to have to revive his teammate, and probably his teammate is going to have to expensive resources and lose out on some precious time to get inside the zone and get into a house themselves. Alpha Dave, or... I'm not even sure if this is Alpha Dave. I am assuming it means Dave. That the characters make no sense to me. He will be able to get himself back up and stay alive for a little while, but team number 18 need to get the hell out of here. And in the wise words of Umesh Kripalani, going low ground to high ground is easier compared to going from the high ground to the low ground.
Certainly. And at this point, I guess team number 80, they had the grapple hooks to work with, and they will be able to get inside the circle, probably from the southern end. There is going to be a lot of commotion on the other side, though. Just have a look. Team number 7, team number 5, team number 16, all of them will battle on the other side of the passage in between. Team number... I'm not really sure if it... Yes, it was team number 18. They'll comfortably take up some particular part of this region and have them under their control. But the fight will be between team 16 and team 15, as well as 11 as they brew up. Paul will try and lit up team number 7. I guess one player has been knocked out, but he's been revived as well. There is probably a big part of the circle itself that team number 18 covers, and I guess that gives them the permission to go all out at this point. They have 5 kills already, and they can look for more. Here we can see that team Alien, they're trying to light at team number 5, and they do so. One player goes down. Tusha is the one who goes down, and right now I guess another one is being fired at. Not a lot of shots connect though. Ethvi is the one who is still standing. Ethvi gets knocked out in return. Tusha is the one who has been revived. So much so is happening. Team number 7 playing off the roof of team number 5. This is just absolutely outrageous. But team number 18, look at that. They're hurtling up right below team number 16, and one player goes down. This is JioGames. I guess he will move forward and take the second one as well. Meanwhile, team number 16, they have to play off a 1v2 as well. 2 players go simultaneously, and this is going to be a 2v2. I don't think this is a 2v2. There is another team though, but that doesn't really matter because this is Mr. Crush. He goes down. Paul is still shredding with his MP40. The meat grinder is active, and Jester with yet another booyah. I guess this team is here to dominate. I just want to look at the kills statistic because all right then. That clears up things. 9 kills. They had 5 kills, Floki minded, before entering the final circle. And when they got into that I don't know,
Yeah.
the final ring, they took down everybody that came on their path.
I mean, yeah, I mean, when you have 5 kills at the very start of the game, you do, get your hands on some decent loot. I remember Jadugar's teammate doing a lot of good work and carrying him to victory. I mean, not to victory, but at least, ahead out of the first circle. Maybe we'll have a look at what happened in the highlights over here if we're lucky. But yeah, I mean, he used the grenade to knock 2 people out at one point, I believe, and as a result, they did get themselves a decent number of kills, but they wouldn't have mattered unless they got the first place. And Salty, kills are only worth 10 points, and if you really want those kills to make a difference, you gotta get to the top spot. You gotta get at least top 3, top 2, so that the difference between points isn't gonna be much. And the thing is, if you just try and go for first place, you get 450 points. It's basically winner takes it all over here. So a team that is winning could win even harder, and they could continue to do what they're doing. Now, I have to say, Jester, yeah, I mean, they were just sitting on top of the command post tower over here and gatekeeping all of these teams from coming in. I wasn't expecting them to win, given the fact that the circle didn't really close in on their location, and then they had to go down. But they played it so patiently and so intelligently that in the end they were able to get themselves enough time to drop down safely without having to worry about teams gatekeeping them, because they heard the other fights, starting out. So they knew no one was really watching their angle, and then they got themselves into a good spot.
Yeah, once they got in the good spot, they didn't really budge. They just went in all out. Just have a lead at the top right now. Black Diamond with 800 points do have a decent amount of lead on the third team though. Team Eve, they're with 580 points, and I guess that is where the real competition starts. Team number 3, team number 4, they have to kind of work hard to maintain what they have built on if they want that cash prize, because catching on the top 2, it's going to be a very tough nut to crack.
Absolutely. You need all the stars in the world to align in order for that to happen. Jesters need to be eliminated early, and on top of that, Shield needs to be able to get the booyah and get some kills on top, because that's the only way they're going to be able to beat Jester's score. But with that out of the way, Salty, game number 3 is still underway. We could still see anything happen on Purgatory. These teams still have a chance. So we're going to leave the speculation for now and go and take a quick break. You're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021 powered by JioGames. My name is Floki, and we'll be back with game number 3 in a short bit. Ladies and gentlemen, देवी और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters Quest for the Best 2021 powered by JioGames में। मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी और हम हमारे सेकंड BO3 के फाइनल मैप पे आ गए हैं पर्गेटरी पर। प्लेन की उड़ान स्की लॉट से शुरू होकर मार्बल वर्क्स की तरफ खत्म हो रही है एंड दिस टाइम अराउंड high tier loot zone is going to be over campsite. I believe given the plane path, no team is going to be dropping towards the southern part of the map. Lumbermill especially might be completely ignored in favor of Moathouse and Crossroads and possibly even Quarry this time around, which is not something I'm used to saying very often. You know, Brasilia is going to be populated as always, but we might actually see some teams go towards Quarry given the flight path this time around. Well, let's see if that does happen. You know, Purgatory, a notoriously harder map to play compared to, Bermuda and Kalahari, where there are some, ideas on how those maps are meant to be played. Purgatory, not as much. Ankaj, in the meantime, he's going to be able to get a kill onto OP Clutch, and his teammate CL Flash, he's just going to make a run for it, Salty. He does not want to be anywhere near his teammate right now.
Certainly, he does not have anything to work with. Then he turns back and shows his face and then gets a knock. Ankaj has been knocked down. Mr. Crush is out there. He used the time turner to use it as a shield as well as to move out of the position quickly. CL Flash, though, he probably grabbed a gun and then got some hard cover as well that allowed him to deal a little bit of return damage on team number 7. Team number 7, though, they will still want to get onto CL Flash, and they eventually will because Mr. Crush is there to confirm the kill. I thought that there was some particular gunshots coming in from team number 12. I'm still not really very sure about. Yes, they were there. I knew it. There was a third party going on, and that was what actually forced Flash to move out of his cover. And team number 7's Mr. Crush could eventually confirm that kill. But now that CL Flash is gone, we have a fight between team number 7 and team number 12. Slowly and steadily, team S5 they will move closer and closer, using these pillars as minor covers. They might actually move forward, but Flash taking a lot of damage, but then he will heal back up to safety. I believe this is the good strategy because I'm not really sure if team number 12 have an exit from the other from this particular battle itself, because team number 7 got them engaged.
Yeah, I mean, team number 7 at this distance should have the upper hand given their weaponry, but Fish could certainly turn that around. Now he has a woodpecker in his hand, and it's a multi-shot sniper rifle. It's not a bolt action one, so you get to take multiple shots within a single scope. Now he could certainly use that to get the first knock and convert the kill. But team number 7, they are going to be fighting an uphill battle here, literally and metaphorically, because Fish, he's standing on the high ground. Mr. Crush with the grenade is going to deal a lot of damage towards Fish, and Fish will be knocked down. His woodpecker will never see the light of day, and Fish is most likely going to be eliminated over here. And now Ankaj is also going to come in for the kill. Oshik, you have a decision to make, buddy. Do you take this 1v2 or do you get the hell out of here? I think getting the hell out of here might be the right call, but we'll see what is it that he decides to do.
How do you do that from this particular position? Team number 7 have been pinned behind this pillar. I don't see a situation where he can actually run back to safety. He doesn't have a glue wall as well. So things will actually be very difficult. Mr. Crush on the other side, he is steadily treading towards Oshik, and at this moment I don't really feel that Oshik has a second option. He has to take the fight right about now. He gets Ankaj, and that actually opens things up, and right now everything comes on to Mr. Crush. He will probably use the same tactic. He will use a grenade to bait out Oshik from his cover, but that is not what's happening. Mr. Crush, he runs to another cover trying to be cheeky, but that is not what happens with Oshik. Oshik confirms that kill on Ankaj and kind of returns back the favor to team number 7. And right now, this is a 1v1. Certainly a very even affair, Floki. And Mr. Crush, though, I would say both of these players are kind of pinned. Both of these players have found each other in a similar position. And if either of these players make a move, I guess the other is just going to pounce on them.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the way Oshik is positioned, right? He is going to have a pillar to work with over here. Unfortunately, Mr. Crush does not have any grenades, but using that glue wall very intelligently to get to the medkit and heal himself back up, he might be able to create an opportunity for himself. The XM8 in hand, not too bad at this distance, but I think he'll prefer the M82B to get more damage up and then maybe, take out his XM8 to finish off what he started. But for the time being, Oshik is also not moving. This fight in Skilos has been happening for ages, and thankfully the zone is going to cover them. So this fight could go on for even longer. Back towards Brasilia. Star Leo is going to be knocked down. Hari FF is trying to find some revenge with the MP5, but his aim is all over the place, and it's going to be punished by Team BA as Brasilia. Well, they can have control for most of. They can have control for the most part on Brasilia. I mean, Team 4 still has a little nook and cranny that they're occupying for the moment, but eventually they're going to be able to push
Yeah.
forward and make Team 13 a little bit afraid of their presence, because Team 13, yeah, I mean, look at them. They're perched up on the first floor. They have their shotguns in hand, and yeah, getting to the first floor and trying to assault them from a single staircase is not the easiest of tasks to accomplish. I mean, even some of the best teams in the world prefer not to do that. FRN, in the meantime, well, they are just going to be biding the time against the sniper tower of team number 3, because team number 3 have the high ground. The time turner is going to get popped by Ahmed. Maybe this is an opening that team 3 looks to exploit. Joker, with a glue wall in his hand, is going to push forward. This is the problem with sniper tower fights. I'm not really sure what you do unless you have grenades. And, well, they don't have grenades, but Joker does seem to have a hand cannon, which can be fairly effective as well. That landmine is actually going to get triggered, and the hand cannon, oh, well, the second shot's going to miss. Uttam's going to go prone down and heal himself back up. But I think Joker hears it. He wants to go up and try and punish this move that they're making, but he is just running into an invisible wall. Okay, so Joker's going to try to get a different vantage point for himself. Chirag not really choosing to fire in Joker's general direction for the time being. Ahmed, he also is not pushing, so it seems that we've approached an awkward stalemate over here. And yeah, I mean, both of these teams, they wanted to play aggressively, but I don't see how this works out for Team 14. Like, this is not going to happen. This is not going to work. You're going up against a sniper tower. You don't have grenades in your hand. You kind of out of hand cannon ammo. How the hell do you make this work? The answer is you don't. You probably, take your sports car and get yourself towards safety and hard cover, because that's what you're going to need eventually down the line on Purgatory. If you can get yourself a good compound in Brasilia, you could be safe for, say, at least the next 1 or 2 circles. And that's better than taking a fight out in the open where another team could hear you and third party you.
Yes, and there comes the grenade. Team number 18 showering it up, and Paul gets 2 with his own. I guess there was one particular grenade that from Jadugar probably, which knocked out one, but that doesn't really matter because team number 18, they've burnt out this barn house alive, and whoever was in it, they've been reduced to ashes. And at the moment, team number 18, they've complete control over this piece of real estate. This is team number 14, and yet again, they try and push in. This time around, there is a glue wall on the sniper tower. I'm not really sure what that is for. This was probably set up by team number 14, but there is an opening in the sniper tower, and Joker exploits that. And here comes the carnage. Uttam, I'm not really sure if he will come back to his feet. He will get sent back to his knees yet again, and right now it is a 2v1. A barrage of shots come in from either of the parties, but it is going to be team number 14 who reign supreme and take control of the sniper tower. All to the credits of a small hole. I'm not really sure if that's a construction defect, but whoever built that, you're not a mechanical engineer. That's on purpose?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's on purpose.
I guess it's for the rainwater to fall out, Like, I don't know.
I think it might be for balance reasons, Salty. I could be wrong, but yeah, apart from if you're trying to make an attempt at humor, I'd give you a +1. That was a good attempt. It's just that so Crips has told me about this before, and he's like, these holes exist so that you can't stay inside the sniper tower permanently. Otherwise, it can be a hard place to assault without grenades and stuff. You can defend it with glue walls. You can barricade yourself, and essentially, if there ends up being a sniper tower and inside a circle at any point, it can be very, very hard to just hold on to that little area. It can be very hard to assault that little area, because without grenades, you're never going to clear anyone's position in there. And maybe that's why there's holes in it. So, like you have to worry about, not exposing yourself to too much danger. You can only occupy certain spots. But it seems that team number 11's Reet is turning his attention towards team 15 sports car, which has been set on fire. Not quite sure how far it's going to take them, but I know for a fact that if they continue to be in it, they will most certainly have a very unfortunate accident involving I don't know, petrol leakage maybe. Not really sure what's on fire when the car's on fire. I'm guessing it's the engine, and if the engine fails, well then you're not going to be going any further in that car, that's for sure. Pros, Priyansh and Anil in the meantime chilling on the first floor of Brasilia, or rather this little house in Brasilia. Team number 13 still holding on to their first floor position after they've won the previous fight here. So no big surprises there, but they've barricaded themselves off on the first floor. So this little glue wall is going to protect them for the time being until it eventually disappears. But Anil, he's going to have to wait a bit if he wants to push forward, or waste ammo and try and take out that barricade so that he can go ahead. But look at all these glue walls lying on the ground. I think even if they don't take a fight over here, Team 4 are certainly going to be happy with the loot that they've found. And Legend 89, he's just going to hold on to the staircase and prevent Anil from walking up.
Certainly, holding that position works. Team number 15 once again. They've lost a player, Mjan. We saw this particular team engaged in some battle early on, but right now it's just Mjan who is still standing on his feet at the moment. Team 18 was probably hot on his tails, but eventually I guess Mjan evaded the cops and the heat is quite low on him, but he needs to stay put if he does not really want himself to be discovered. Team number 18, though, they're probably searching the houses, trying to look where is Mjan. They have the search warrant as well. They want the kill. Team number 5 elsewhere. They're trying to establish control over this entire territory. Team TSG, they've had a good run of form. They've already got, I believe, 2 booyahs as well as a lot of kills. So that's the confidence that is showing. But this, oh my God, Sky Lodge.
Bye. Oh my God.
Shit. I guess both these two players, they're gonna stare each other down till oblivion. I'm not even sure if anything is going to change. Even if the circle goes out, even if the blue circle pops out, nothing is going to change out there. Both these two players, they're going to stay put and stare at each other till eternity.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's going to happen, Salty. You know, eventually one of these players is going to have to give in, but Ski Lodge is just not the place where you want to be. The circle is going to start closing in. The zone will deal damage. Elsewhere on the map, Jadugar is going to be knocked down, but Paul is going to be there to revive him back up. Etwi trying to find revenge for Tusha. Tusha is probably going to eat a few bullets in his or her head and be eliminated. Jadugar is going to oblige, and Etwi, okay, he's certainly keen on finding revenge, but he's spending a lot of ammo doing it. I'm not sure if this is the best idea in the world. He will get a knock on towards Jadugar, but the second glue wall is going to come in from Paul, and he's going to revive his teammate and heal himself back up both at the same time. So good for him. Finding that little efficiency is always going to give you an advantage. But it seems that Team 14, Team 15, 11, 4 and 13 are all closing in on the action over here near Fields. I'm not quite sure what's happening here, but I know for a fact that within a few moments, it's going to be absolute chaos for the observers, and they're going to have a hard time catching all the action. So Ahmed, in the meantime, is going to be eliminating some team on the scoreboard. I'm not quite sure who it was. It seems that Jester has been aced out, Salty, and this was the team that was in the top spot last time around. So they are eliminated over here, which means that the first spot is up for the taking for the number 2 and number 3 teams. Let's see if they can score enough points to do so. Team Co, for the time being, trying to get Mjan, but Mjan is glue walled himself up, so he's going to be a lot harder kill to take. Eventually, he should be going down though, but as I say that, he's actually able to make a run for it, and Team 11 can't really catch up to him. Now, he is going to be chased down and hunted eventually, but this is going to open the field up for some third parties, or maybe Mjan is just going to turn around and kill them all. He's got the time turner, he's going to pop it, the glue wall comes through from Isha, blocking off Mjan, but Mjan, he's not going to let the kill slide, and he is going to be claiming that head for himself. Both the players are going to heal themselves back up, but Mjan still choosing to hold with 150 HP still remaining. If he just holds on to the window angle using his weapon and using his aim, he should certainly be able to secure the kill. But look at Isha, he's actually going to go from the other side, but oh no, Mjan misses his first few shots. The double barrel shotgun will have to be reloaded over here. Mjan trying to come in from behind, but his feet are exposed. Isha is going to drop a second glue wall to try to heal himself back up. But look at this, Mjan trying to find the gaps, trying to find the openings, is not going to be successful in doing so. And Isha has successfully cocooned herself off and will be able to heal back up. But look at Mjan. Mjan himself needs to heal back up, and he will do so with the help of the glue wall. Now he has to worry about Isha closing in, and this is not going to be easy for him. The time turner is going to get popped, but oh no, he actually enters the ability and walks into the crosshair of Mjan, and Mjan is going to be the one who reigns supreme. Isha is going to have to bite the dust here. LVD Joker, double barrel shotgun in his hand. He's going to do a fair amount of work in securing one kill, but the second one is what's going to matter, as that will eliminate the squad, and he will oblige. In fact, it's Ahmed who obliges with the SKS, securing that headshot and getting that kill. Rubit, in the meantime, is just going to die to the zone and is going to, or Rushit rather, is just going to die to the zone. Be more than happy about the fact that, this is happening to him. According to him, it's better than giving away a kill to the opponent. And I think I agree, but if he really wants to have a chance at winning, then he needs to live longer here. And he is going to realize and do that eventually. 2 med kits to work with. He should be able to get himself back up to a decent amount of HP. Let's see what else he can do here. Well, team number 14 sitting on the outskirts of the circle. Let's see what goes down here, because Rushit is certainly out of heal, Salty.
I'm not really sure what Rushit did over there, trying to leave his position and go back uphill. He had to struggle a lot to go downhill and come close to the passage, and then he decides to go back up, running out in the open. Team number 14 definitely exploited that opening and got themselves a free kill, I would say. But this is team number 14 once again. They have a lot of territory for themselves. This is going to be an open fight. None of the teams will have an advantage. All of them will have to come close. But certainly team number 14, they will have the toughest time. Certainly Joker FF utilizing his sniper rifles to his best. He's quick switching between them so that the animation is not even there. He will destroy a lot of blue walls. But Mjan, what a player. He has been absolutely fantastic, taking down a 1v2 which we just saw. I believe that he's in one of the best positions, especially equipped with the sniper tower. He can probably win this game for his team as well. And if that happens, that's going to be absolutely brilliant. But deploying the shield for himself, and he will get behind some rocks and stones to find himself some hard cover. But team number 16, they will need to come close because the circle has shifted away from them, and this leaves both Mjan as well as team number 16 out of the circle. What a twist, Floki. I did not really expect this to happen.
Yeah, it seems that Team 14 might have been using clues ability, but they might have not as well. Maybe they just got lucky and they happen to be in the center of the circle. Yeah. But when you have an advantage, they're certainly going to push it, and that's exactly what Joker is doing. The M82B in hand, taking those long-range engagements. Let's see if he's actually going to succeed in holding off team number 16 from coming in. Mjan doesn't really see any... okay, that explains a lot. He was actually peeking out through the hole there, but on our screens we just saw something weird. But Ahmed in the meantime with the M82B, he secures the first headshot on towards Lich and on towards Rohit, so he's going to be able to take out Shield, and now it's going to be a 2v1. Mjan with the car looking to get this party started. Wow. And oh my god, that Mag 7 at this range is doing a lot of work. Can't really convert the kill, but he is going to do so eventually. Now he's going to find himself in a 1v1. Mjan, the aggression pays off, and now Joker got in a 1v1. Let's see what he's capable of. Has a fair amount of resources to work with, but he's going to have to put them to use here if he wants to have any chance of winning. Mjan is going to heal himself back up, has the SVD in hand. Let's see if he can scope down their sight and try to find the kill. Joker also has an M82B, and Mjan is not really too keen on exposing ahead and finding out which weapon Joker has in his hand. So for the time being, they're just going to hold on, wait for the circle to close in. I wonder if Mjan has any glue walls in his hand. He does. So he has 3 glue walls to work with. Is going to pop them out over here to stay alive. The Mag 7 doing a fair amount of work. He's going to have to reload. He's going to enter the blue zone. Well, he's going to enter the time turner with the double barrel shotgun and finish him off. And the Frantics are going to be the ones who find the booyah. And Mjan is going to have to be satisfied with the second place, Salty, because, well, the Frantics, they certainly did do a good job. Team Eve, they're going to be in second place with 390 points and 3 kill points, but they might have done enough to get themselves or retain their position in the top 4.
Yeah, I guess they will be in the top 4. I'm not really sure where they were in terms of the points table, but I'm not even sure where Frantics were in the points table though. But certainly it has been a game for the teams who have not been in the top table, like Black Diamond, Jester. These were the teams who were there in the top 3, I believe. But right now, I guess the things are going to change. We will look at the highlights once again, and this is where things did change for Team Frantics once again. Joker getting this initial pick and then going on for the aggression. Team number 14 beautifully cleared out team number 3. Even though Chirag did put up a fighting over there, he did try to go for a barrage of shots, but nothing really worked in as Ahmed just came in and converted those 2 kills. Jadugar once again. I guess this was the place where Chester probably got aced, and I'm not really sure if it was them. Jadugar did go down, and after this, I guess it was Spawn who was trying to revive him up. A lot of back and forth between these two teams, but then it was eventually team number 5 who came out on top. This was another place when team number 11 went up against Mjan. Mjan, this was the first solo clutch that he pulled off in this particular match. He got a lot of those, I believe. He got probably 3 or 4 kills, and this was the start of it. He probably got 1 initially and then went on to a 1v1 after it. This was the moment when he deployed the shield and then his opponent just walked into it, and Mjan smacking it on his face, returning the favor. Once again, Joker converting a kill with the sniper rifle. He's been really efficient with his shots. Just look how efficiently he converts those heads. But then Mjan with the car and just, you know, it's like a Bollywood movie. You ram the car in onto the enemy territory and just finish them off in style. But then it was a close range shotgun which didn't really do any favor to this particular player. He missed a lot of shots initially, and then his gun went on reload mode, and he knew that was the moment he knew he
What, Salty? You didn't finish your sentence there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, let's just forget that sentence.
Well, okay, never mind, folks. In case you're wondering who's going to be the ones moving to the playoffs, well, the scoreboard is in front of your screen. Jesters and the Frantics are going to be making their way to the playoffs. Well, they have a chance to make even more money. But for the time being, they've made 7,000 rupees and 4,000 rupees each, respectively, in that order. And TV and Black Diamond, they've made 2,000 and 1,000 rupees each for themselves. It's going to be split up among the 2 players, I believe. So that's how the cookie crumbles for the time being. But we still have one more best of 3 before we close out the day. But before we move on to the best of 3, we're going to be taking a quick break and coming back with the 3rd game of the day. So don't go anywhere. You're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021, powered by JioGames. I'm Floki, with me was Salty, our full of the observers, and we'll be back with game number 3 in just a little bit.
Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper-Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G Ultra Save is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper-Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals, and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI super resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos and superb night shots. Integrated with these advanced technologies, MediaTek Helio G95 does the hard work, ensuring your smartphone always keeps up with you, so that you can focus on the moment. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper-Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G UltraSave is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone. Across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies. The industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI super resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos and superb night shots. Integrated with these advanced technologies, MediaTek Helio G95 does the hard work, ensuring your smartphone always keeps up with you, so that you can focus on the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, देवी और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters Quest for the Best 2021 powered by JioGames में मेरा नाम है फ्लोकी मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी और हमारे चार लवली ऑब्जर्वर्स रोली बिग फैट पैंडा कानी की BTL एंड डैन द बॉट और हम हमारे थर्ड बेस्ट ऑफ 3 के फर्स्ट मैप पे आ गए हैं बर्मुडा पे प्लेन की उड़ान रिम नावल से शुरू होते हुए केरटन पे खत्म होगी एंड हाई टियर लूट जोन्स गोना बी टुवर्ड्स Katulistawa. I'm hoping some teams drop their salty but I want your thoughts on where you think the teams are going to be dropping.
Once again, the things are going to be the same. The odds are the same as well. So the risk is high in the playoffs. The risk is high in the quarterfinals. It's a qualifiers. The risk is high in the quarterfinals. Oh my god. I'm having a super bad day. But that doesn't really matter. What I think is that the teams are going to be dropping at the edge of the map that we have seen generally. And with that being said, I guess there is going to be a little more, I would say, or rather a little less amount of fight because I don't really see teams hurdling up. I can see team number 10 and team number 2 quite close together in Rimnam Village though. But this fight, apart from this fight, I don't really see any other team kind of try and duel it up. At the moment though, team number 2 is grabbing a single compound for themselves. I'm not really sure if they have a lot of loot for themselves, but this is Clock Tower. And here we have team number 13 go up against team number 7. And this is pretty much a long distance fight, Floki. And closing the distance, I would say, is once again going to be the key. But team number 7, they know it for certain that taking this fight is completely useless.
Yeah, I mean, Team 13 has the high ground over there. They're watching over the clock tower area. There's no reason for them to venture out in the open and waste their resources for the time being. But team number 19 and team number 16 are keen on taking a fight. At least one member from each of those teams are Dronacharya and Aditya eyeing up each other. Dronacharya's time turn has been forced out, and this is gonna, just give him the signal to go back and retreat because he's not gonna have the ability to fight Aditya. And guess what? Backup has arrived for him. And Dronacharya, I don't think he's aware of. He's still posturing aggressively. This could end up working out for him if he could get the first shot connected, but it's not going to. And now both of those members are going to start swarming him. And look at this Aditya with the MP40 at close range, doing a lot of damage to Dronacharya. They are starting to close the distance, and Macho Man from elsewhere is trying to provide cover, but he's not going to be successful in doing so. His teammate will be taken out, and Macho Man is going to have to play this game alone for the rest of, however long this game is going to last. And team number 16, they find themselves one kill to start things off with. Let's see if they can keep the ball rolling because you've seen a lot of teams take early fights and win against defenseless players, but when it comes to rotating, when it comes to using the glue walls properly, when it comes to utilizing the utility, they seem to falter. If you want to be the best team there is and win the grand finals and reach the grand finals, you got to give it everything you've got, and that includes being good at utility, that includes being good at dropping glue walls, and that includes being able to hit these sorts of long distance shots.
Team number 16, they deservedly win this duel with team number 19. I don't really know what was Dronacharya thinking, trying to be aggressive all out on his own. I guess he was probably backing himself up and taking that 1v2 because Macho Man, he's providing no cover whatsoever. I guess there was zero communication in between these two players because if Macho Man's intention was to stay back, he would have relayed that information to Dronacharya as well, but he didn't do that. And since he didn't do that, I'm assuming he didn't do that, but even if he did, it probably never reached Dronacharya because Dronacharya never really looked like he was holding back. He was all into that fight. He got into a very, very bad position, and team number 16, they were all over his face. I mean, the 1v2, it was certainly not something which Dronacharya could have never really taken. Macho Man is still holding on. I guess from here on itself, the game becomes so much more difficult for team number 19 because not only he has to hold his position, but he needs to kind of come up with a few kills at least if he wants to stay relevant in this entire best of 3 series. Look at the circle, Floki. It is covering a part of Peak. It is covering a part of, I believe it is still covering a part of the strip itself. But elsewhere in Rimnam Village, we have one player from team number 10 who is already bleeding. He's on his knees and right now he'll be on his grave. This is going to be SK Mahendri. I'm not really sure. If I pronounce that right. I guess it's Mahendra White. Yeah, certainly it is Mahendra Whitey. So yeah, so team number 10, they're also handicapped at the moment, and when you're all on your own, the rotations become so much more difficult. I mean, the player number 10, he's gonna have a much tougher time than Macho Man, who is sitting in the riverbanks, being team number 19 inside the village, inside the circle.
Yeah. I mean, for him to take this fight is going to be nigh impossible. It makes more sense for him to get inside the circle where he's going to have a lot more cover to work with, and he could potentially also, because he is kind of early towards getting inside the circle, maybe he is even able to find himself a shack to stay in. We'll see though,
Yeah.
because it does seem that Team 13 are going inside the danger zone. Clock Tower is going to be up for the taking. It's not the best place in the world for Macho Man to go to, but it is a place nonetheless. It's inside the circle, and that's what matters. As long as you can avoid that unnecessary danger, you're going to be in a very good spot going into the later stages of the game. You can have a much higher chance of surviving.
Mm-hmm.
But Bhima Shakti strip in the meantime is going to be contested. Team 15 and Team 14, they're both in close proximity of each other. Team 14 having the high ground, obviously. So this L-shaped house terrace is basically going to be a death trap if Ben 10 decides to go up there. And oh no, I think he is doing so. Does he spot him out? Yes, he does. And Ben 10, he does eat a few bullets from somewhere, and I'm not quite sure where he ate those from. I think Mono Lion's teammate Wild Lion was the one who got that shot, but the M82B at this range is gonna outclass the parafil rifle, and that is exactly what I see happening. Mono Lion is gonna force Team 15 second member to get the hell back. Ben 10 is gonna provide some covering fire in the meantime from on top of the L-shaped house, but GT Wild Lion is not gonna let go of this so easily. He has two long range. Well, never mind. He only has one long range weapon for the time being. It is the SKS. I do believe I saw the M82B, but that might have been in Monu's hands. Yeah, so that makes a lot more
Mm-hmm.
sense now. There is double vectors lying in front of Ben 10 that I think he wants to get, and which is why he's still sticking around over here, but I don't think it's going to be worth it. He's going to have to deploy some precious glue walls to do so. And Ben 10, in the meantime, he's going to continue to eat fire. He needs to decide whether he wants to take this vector, if it's worth it or not, because right now he's just wasting time, and he's going to keep wasting his med kits and glue walls by staying over here. Mono Lion, though,
You know, I'm
this
gonna.
guy, he's
Uh,
wrapped all the way around. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think a bit otherwise, especially when you're on this particular cliff of the Bhima Shakti strip, you're completely out in the open, and when you're in the L-shaped house, I guess this is probably the best spot, not the high ground, because coming in from the high ground and covering so much distance is completely impossible. You can provide a lot of cover fire and deal a lot of damage, and that is exactly what team number 14 did. The only way they could actually assault the players in the L-shaped house was to come in from the other side, try and cross the passage, because if you try and cross in straight, you're gonna get shot in the head, like directly. So that was really the idea from Ben 10 to try and take those fights in. If they try and be overly aggressive, if team number 14 tries and be overly aggressive, we can counter that. But team number 14 did exactly that. And I guess there is a mutual understanding that neither of these teams really want that particular fight. And I guess Ben 10 too has moved on from his love of double vectors. But once again, in Bhima Shakti strip, I don't really feel that the high ground is always going to give you an inherent advantage. Definitely in a long distance fight, a sniper is going to be more powerful than an assault rifle, definitely, but that comes to hitting your shots right, and that is never really like the inherent advantage that you get from the scenario you're in. But considering the particular situation, I thought that team number 14, they were in a very good, not team number 14, it was not the team that was Moonlight. I don't know what it was, but right now.
Sorry to cut you short there, Salty, but it seems that something interesting is happening over here. He is experimenting with the car and seeing if it can turn into a submarine somehow. Unfortunately, to his displeasure, the car stays a car, and he is still in it. It doesn't seem
The
like he's left
manufacturer
it.
said
He's
it was
still...
the Tars and the Wonder car.
Yeah, it does seem like it is Stars in the Wonder Car because he can surprisingly breathe underwater for some reason. He is moving now though, so I think he is going to be able to get towards Sentosa Island for the time being. But eventually he's going to have to make his way from Sentosa towards the inside of the circle, which is covering Mars Electric, Factory, Pochinok Peak, and Bhima Shakti Strip. Bhima Shakti Strip, of course, being on the left edge of the circle, and towards the northern part being closer towards Peak and cutting a little bit ahead of Plantation. So that's the circle in case you were wondering. But yeah, over here, D86, Satish and Aman are both trying to hold on to their horses for the time being because they are under fire here. But they're actually able to turn things around. And Team 6 have lost one of their... Oh no, it's actually Team 15 who've lost one of their members. And yeah, in this spot, Team 15, there's not much Royal can do. He's going to be caught in a 1v2 scenario. If he connects his first few shots, maybe there's a chance, but he does not. Satish picks up the kill, and now they can start moving inside the circle again. It's not going to be covering Plantation. It's not going to be covering Dam. It's going to be a pretty standard Bermuda circle covering Kota Tua, I think it covers Kota to a peak in Pochinok for the time being, but we'll see exactly
Yeah.
where it ends up going.
Certainly, and I guess a few of the teams, team number 5 and 16, are closing up. But here we can see at Factory, we have a duel setting up. This is Sanjit 92 YT going up against, I believe it is Wild Lion. Mono Lion has been taken down already, and Sanjit 92 YT comes up. He clean sweeps that team out of the game itself. And here we can see team number 5. Oh no, it was not team number 5, it is team number 16. This is, I don't know, HSK. He came in from behind, and then his SMG in one clean sweep. He got both of them, I believe, if I'm not really wrong. Kota Tour was, the peak of Kota Tour was actually the Battlefront. And I kind of thought for a moment the team number 5 is going to be victorious in this battle, but then came from nowhere HSK and completely dominated that fight. Absolutely. Team number 1, team number 3 also coming pretty close. I guess this fight can also turn into a full-fledged brawl, but I'm not really sure if Megatron is going to give away his position so quick. Even though team number 3, they're quite separated and there's no trade potential whatsoever. I guess if there's an opening, one player might get taken down. Thankfully, he's rejoining, he's regrouping with his teammate, and that kind of returns the favor and kind of evens things up. If team number 1 decides to strike, I guess both the teams will have an equal chance.
Yeah, but I don't think Team 1 is going to do that because they never want to take a fight on equal footing. In the meantime, Mafia Bear is still chilling in the water. What the hell is this man doing? This is not, you're not on a vacation, you're on Bermuda. Get the hell out of the car, young man. You have a fight. I mean, you need to take a battle or something. You can't just stay there. Get inside the circle already. Jeez. I mean, I'm getting a little annoyed watching this. I mean, he's taking a vacation for the time being. I mean, I don't even know what's happening. Maybe he's lagging, you know? And if he's lagging, then he should consider a phone with a MediaTek processor next time, because most of the time, MediaTek works just fine. The Helio G series especially. It's built for gaming. So if you have any frame stutters and you feel like rage quitting because, I don't know, your game is lagging and you can't connect your shots because his frames are all messed up, well, you're not going to end up like Mafia Bear inside the water. You're actually going to be able to play the game properly because the Helio G series is designed for gaming. So, yeah, do get yourself one of those processors because they will certainly help you have a better and smoother gaming experience. But for the time being, we have to turn our attention towards Team Transformers, or Team Sahel as they'd like to name themselves, with the Transformers prefix attached to them, Jetfire and Megatron. Well, they're known to be quite fierce in the Transformers series, the Decepticons, the evil ones. Let's see if they can justify their names and connect their shots because, well, Transformers are robots and robots should not miss. But seems that call, I couldn't even catch that name. At least one member of that team got knocked down by Team Sahel or Team Transformers, and the other one is just going to be hauling. And yeah, that zipline, it's not going to protect him. Jetfire is going to finish off the second kill in the meantime. Somewhere else on the map, Orm King is going to be knocked out by the play zone. And 46 seconds remain before the circle starts closing in and the fourth circle reveals itself. Transformers, they have a hard fight to take over here. Going downhill can be significantly harder because you keep exposing yourself and the glue walls don't protect you. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Transformers to get in there. They could most certainly, you know, use the zone to their advantage and try to figure out a path where they stick to the blue zone to get inside the circle, you know, get to the low ground first, then work with some permanent cover, you know, take some fights along the way. That could happen, but given the current situation, going downstairs head straight, it's yeah, it's not going to be too good for them. Let's just say that.
Certainly. And once again, the circle is actually closing in on Pochinok, and that will give them a lot of compounds to work with. So that means that a lot of teams might actually make it to the final circle. We'll have to wait for it. But here itself, we can see Mahendra YT. He's taking all the risk in the world trying to climb on the zip line. And there you go. He's been taken down. I believe, I couldn't really read the name in the kill feed, but nonetheless, he has been aced out. And team number 18 is what we're looking at the moment. Team number 6 on the other side, on the receiving end of some shots. As you likely said, coming downhill is going to be your trouble. Casper YT, as well as his teammate, who also appears to be Casper YT. I'm not really sure. Nonetheless, let's just forget about it because the Transformers come in from behind and they will finish off team number 6 and then move on to Casper YT. Casper YT asterisk, or rather Casper YT semicolon, has been taken down and one Casper YT still remains Floki. Am I right? That is the guy with the semicolon and one guy is not with the semicolon. That is the only difference between these two players, and that is only how you're going to identify it. Either way, he will get a knock as well as a kill, and right now he moves his attention to the second player from Team Transformers. Megatron is the one who is still alive. Castor Whitey with the semicolon. He has been revived back, and team number 18 is probably back in business, but they have Megatron quite close, and things can be fishy if Casper Whitey with the semicolon decides to take on Megatron. He will expose himself to team number 12 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Casper Whitey, I have to say, a lot of YouTubers are joining this tournament, trying to make a name for themselves. Casper Whitey, both players named, the same thing. Let's see what they're capable of. Meanwhile, Team H4X, or Team Hacks, as they probably like to be called, occupying the double balcony house in, I think, is this even the double balcony house? No, it's not. It's a different house. It's in Pochinok.
Yeah.
Has a balcony in it, but it's not the double balcony house. They are able to hold on to it for the time being, but eventually they need to move inside the circle, and boy, oh boy, right at the center of the circle, or at least close to it, I see a wonderful house that hasn't been occupied by any team. I'm sure every single team is setting their sights on that particular place now. Let's see who's the one that actually makes it there. Psycho's Desert is going to cocoon himself with the help of those glue walls in the signal tower, heal himself back up, but eventually he's going to have to break his maze of glue walls and get the hell out of here because, yeah, the fourth circle is going to start damaging quite a bit, and he can't stay there forever. He's going to have to deploy those glue walls to try and get in. In the meantime, it seems that elsewhere there's a fight happening over here. Team Error. Sonal is going to be knocked down. Vedika is the only one who's still standing. The inhaler, or rather the, whatever that thing is going to come through to get himself some HP. And call it the inhaler because it seems that they inhale something while they're using it. He's going to be able to stay alive for the time being. But he needs to eventually venture out, or she needs to eventually venture out, because I think that MSS stands for miss. But yeah, this fight, it's going to start being quite close, Salty, because it's the fifth circle and there are still 10 players remaining alive.
As I said, Pochinok with a lot of compounds, it will provide a lot of teams a little bit of shelter to work with. Here you can see this is Team 2000V, and they're up against team number 8, I guess. Miss Vedika definitely taking 2000V down, and I guess she has taken another player down as well. Team number 8 though will find some opposition. This is not H2000V, this is probably I2000V. The names are pretty confusing, Floki, but we need to stay focused. That is our job as casters. But nonetheless, something which I really like to mention is the fact that the circle shifted from the central house that you mentioned, and now that no one actually occupies the circle in itself, I guess their match is going to be over even before the final circle pops up. Right now, Casper Whitey, both of them find themselves in a precarious position. The circle is going to close and they will have to leave this hard cover, and they will have to venture out into the open. The glue walls will protect them for some reason or the other, but one Casper Whitey gets taken down. It is the one without the semicolon. Probably the semicolon helps you protect yourself from grenade launchers. I'm not really sure about it, but player number 12, he is also coming in with a grenade launch, taking down one player from team number 13. This makes it a 1v1v1, a triple threat between 3 teams. Who is going to get the booyah? Because always remember one thing, there is a 90-point buffer between first and second. You want to get the first position. Casper Whitey with the semicolon, he exposes himself. I guess there's a duel going on between team number 13 and team number I'm not really sure what the number was, but that doesn't really matter because the grenade launcher, it comes in from the desert and he rips him apart. This is Psycho, and they get the booyah in fantastic fashion.
Absolutely. Taking their own sweet time to get the booyah, letting that fight play out, playing it to perfection. But Hotshot's not too far behind with 440 points. And at number 3, Casper plays. They are only 100 points behind the second place. So the match still pretty close. Psycho, they're going to have to put up a repeat performance if they want to maintain the lead, because a 40-point difference is not really all that much, And then you're counting on your stars and hoping that Hotshot gets eliminated early on if you want to maintain your lead. And you can't always count on that. Well, for the time being, this is what the ranking list looks like. But before we move on to the main scoreboard, we're going to have a look at the highlights. Of course, Mafia Bear being in the water is one of them.
Certainly. Once again, this was one fight which I really enjoyed. This was the place where Transformers actually took on Team Casper Whitey. Casper Whitey magically found their way out of this particular situation, and does not really matter how many grenades that Team Transformer took. I guess it was all about Casper Whitey. When Jetfire goes down and he got finished, I guess that was game over for Team Transformers. Once again, another good fight where Team Miss Vedika came up and clushed up against Team H2000V. I2000V was up there to trade, but that does not really matter because Vedika is going to be, shutting them down. Oh, it was, I guess, I guess I 2000B. Okay, it was the other way around, but that does not really matter. Moving on, I guess we got to see this one where team number 13 eliminated one player from Casper YT, and then it came down to a 1v1v1 where the Desert, or yeah, it is the Desert, and he completely shattered his opposition with the grenade launcher. The kill points were definitely low in this particular game, but Hotshot really stepped up. With those 80 kill points and 360 position points, they come up with a total of 440, just 40 points off the top. Psycho, because of their positioning advantage, because of that final, I would say, high ground advantage that they had, also the grenade launcher, they got the booyah and also a 40-point buffer. So definitely they're leading at this particular point in the best of 3.
Yeah, they certainly are, but they're gonna have to keep this performance up, Salty, because winning game number 2 and game number 3 is what's gonna determine who is gonna be at the top 2 spot and who's gonna be making their way to the playoffs and who's gonna be going home with just a cash prize in hand. If you folks wanna find out what happens next, stay tuned, because me and Salty are gonna be back with a 2-minute break. Until then, you're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021, powered by JioGames. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, देवी और सज्जन और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है मीडियाटेक प्रेजेंट्स द फ्री फायर गेमिंग मास्टर्स क्वेस्ट फॉर द बेस्ट 2021 पावर्ड बाय जियो गेम्स में। मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी और हमारे 4 लवली ऑब्जर्वर्स रोली, बिग फैट पैंटा, कानिकी बीटीएल एंड लैंड द बॉट। और हम हमारे थर्ड BO3 के दूसरे मैप पे आ गए हैं सॉल्टी। वी आर गोना बी गोइंग टुवर्ड्स कालाहारी। प्लेन की उड़ान शुरू होती है मैमथ से और खत्म होती है बेफ्रंट की तरफ। द हाई टियर लूट जोन ऑब्वियसली बीइंग कमांड पोस्ट। देखते हैं कितनी टीम्स यहाँ पे ड्रॉप करने की कोशिश करती हैं।
Already, I can see 2 or 3 teams go towards command post. So right now, I guess teams are being more aggressive right from the get-go. A lot of teams have actually gone for the kills, and we've generally seen a pattern over here, Floki. It is the team that actually gets onto the booyah, or at least gets the top 3, that generally land on the high kill mark. By high kill, I mean at least like more than 5 or 6 kills. So that actually explains something. If you have the positions, if you have the placement already, if you find yourself good positions inside the final circle, you will get kills eventually on the way to that particular position. And I
What
guess that
the
is
hell
what
is
teams should look
happening
for.
on this map, Salty? I'm really sorry to cut you short, but look at the map, my friend. The northwest corner is completely occupied, and the eastern side is full of teams. That there's no one in the middle. There's no one in refinery. There was no one towards. You know what? Never mind. There's action going on in front of our screens right now. Kolda is getting a kill with a paraffin rifle, and yeah, this absolutely chaotic game is. Well, it's starting to bear fruit, I guess. It's starting to bear fruits of weirdly shaped chaos. Casper is going to be making a run for the hills because, well, his teammate has been knocked down, and he was in 3rd place, mind you. So this is going to mean if he's eliminated over here, which he did get, he's only going to have 1 game remaining to get himself to the top spot, Salty. This is not a good start for Team Casper at the very least.
You know what, Floki? Even though we as casters sit on the fence, this is Kolkata Warrior, someone who hails from the same heritage as me. I'm kind of happy because they got some early kills.
Yeah, well, a little bit of favoritism there, a little bit of tribalism as well, but that's okay, Salty. You know, we are all human. I gotta agree. You know, if there was a team with Mumbai Indians in the name somewhere in there, you bet I would be supporting them. You know, you bet it'd be a fight between, I don't know, I'm not sure if you watch IPL, but it'd be a fight between Mumbai
Yeah,
Indians and
I
Kolkata
do.
Knight Riders. And any single day, I'd support Sachin Tendulkar, you know, my favorite cricketer, Mumbai Indians, of course. But I'm not still sure if he's playing for the Mumbai Indians. I stopped watching cricket long ago. Well, in case you're wondering what the
Ah,
prize pool looks like, it was in front of your screens. In case you missed it, first place gets 7,000, second place gets 4,000, and both of those teams end up qualifying for the playoffs. Third and fourth place only get a cash prize of 2,000 and 1,000 rupees each, and they get to go home with the memories and the experiences that they had in this particular in this tournament. Miss Vedika from Team Error, in the meantime, is going to try to take a fight against the Kolkata boys, Salty. Let's see who reigns supreme.
yeah.
Well, KW,
I mean,
I think you might want
yeah,
to cast this, Salty.
I sure would like to take this particular opportunity, but then Team Error, they really wanted to fall back from the fight. I don't really feel they were in the right mindset. They certainly were not in the right mindset. They were in double minds whether to evade this particular fight or to engage. I don't know what Miss Vedika did out there. She knew that there was a player coming, and they just turned her back on and went away from that particular fight. She didn't definitely want to take it, but the fact that she got stuck in such an awkward position gave the other team, that was Kolkata Warriors, a free kill. And right now, I guess they're comfortably sitting at probably 4 kills. I presume that if I'm at it right. But elsewhere in the map, we have something else going on. This is a fight between team number 3 and team number 2. And I would like to see what happens from here itself. Certainly, both the teams have a very big spacing between them, and neither knocks are going to be favorable at this point, nor I don't know, usage of resources, because you can't even confirm kills considering the position they're in. So
Yeah.
it is a healthy stalemate between them, and I guess it is better to just fall back. But then, kind of position team number 3 was, I don't think they will be able to do it.
Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen with team number 3 for the time being, Salty, but it seems that they are going to hold on to their hats for now. No real reason to move. They don't seem to recognize any reasons. So I believe this fight is, well, it's not really going to come to a conclusion just yet. These guys are going to continue to stay here, hold on to their positions until the zone forces them to fight. Elsewhere on the map, though, I did see Team 19 facing off Team 9, so it's possible you might see an engagement happening somewhere over there. Elsewhere on the map, the things are relatively passive. Teams are quite far from each other, and no one's really going to be engaging in a fight on Kalahari right away. This isn't a recurring theme on Kalahari. You know, usually we see by the time the
Yeah.
first circle spawns, teams start fighting, especially the teams that are not inside the circle. You know, Kalahari being such a vast map and having so many high grounds just creates natural advantages for teams to work with. But yeah, H2000V, he strolls ahead without any cares in the world, and he pops the time turner, but he's still on his knees, and he is going to be eliminated eventually. He's trying to get himself out of the line of sight of team number 19, but their players can go down and try to eliminate him. The other player is going to get gate kept. I think team number 19 are more than happy just watching him bleed. And now that 2000V is going to go down with the Vectors. He's going to take this fight against Dronacharya. Dronacharya has a lot of HP to work with. 2000V is very, very low. The Vectors is doing a lot of work though, and the Danger Zone spawns on top. What the hell is happening over here? This is going to be complete madness. 2000V is going to lose his teammate, and it's going to make it an even trade at the very least, but the Danger Zone, there could be a bomb falling on any of these players real shortly, and what was a 2v1 in favor of team number 19 has now turned into a 1v1. Macho Man versus exclamation mark V. That's what I'm going to call him. They are going to be taking this fight soon enough because the only source of cover near them is this little house that they can enter. No bombs dropping on them just yet, so they'll continue to hold on to their positions, but Macho Man is going to make his move inside. Now, this could be a little bit difficult for 1000V to predict. He does not see him coming, and he was crouched, so he didn't make a lot of noise. But with the Danger Zone going in, I think he's going to push the advantage with the double vectors, or at least a single vector.
I mean, first things first, H2000V, he had no business climbing out of the window and trying to run in open space. He probably, or rather Team number 9 was probably not aware of Team number 19's presence, but that was one advantage that Team number 19 did get. But Team number 9, this guy, exclamation 2000V, he has been delivering since last match, and he delivered in this particular match as well. I love the fact how beautifully he was brought to around like 20-30 HP, and he played along with it. He didn't really try and drop a glue wall and heal himself up. Instead, he activated the time turner and used it to his advantage, getting a knock as well as when extremely close to knock down Macho Man as well. There was a point when I thought that it was an even battle with Macho Man as well as I2000V, both of them being at around like 20-30 HP. The fact that it became a passive warfare, a cold war from that particular situation, it really strikes me. But here you can see Mafia Bhai, he really needs to work on those hand cannons. But nonetheless, I guess Wildline, he has established control over the sniper tower with the glue wall. And right now, I guess Mafia Bhai, he needs to move up the stairs, but he won't be able to do that because Monuline, he's going to shut him down. He was like dancing all around the sniper tower. Monuline was like, all right, fine, take this.
Yeah, I mean, Monuline certainly knows how to put an end to dancing, folks. You know, when they can't decide what to do, he makes the decision for them. But Hacks Kabir, in the meantime, he has a decision to make, and a quick one at that, because Team 17 is hot on his tail. The glue wall's going to be dropped for good cover, but he's going to try to wrap around over here instead. See if he can catch them off guard, make this a 1v1 for himself, even the odds out a little bit, but he's been spotted. Team 17 second member is going to see him, but Kabir turning around, trying to take the fight is not going to be successful. Well, the Kolkata boys, they've managed to find themselves another kill with 6 kills to their name, Salty. These guys are not doing half bad, I'm going to tell you that much. But at this rate, they need to be able to get inside the circle to continue their battles, because otherwise they are, all those kills that they've gotten, they're not really going to make a world of difference. The path inside the circle is pretty clear, though. They can take the road that leads from confinement inside Bayfront. So things should not be all that bad for them, but yeah, it might be a little bit difficult for them to assess which teams are inside the houses and which teams are not.
Wow, just look at HSK. He's wonderfully established the fact that team number 3 is up there in the sniper tower. Once again, he's just waiting for a single head to pop up, and then he will take one shot, that one efficient shot that actually gives you a knock yourself. At this moment, I don't even know if team number 16 is going to rush, even if a knock comes through. Yes, a knock did come through. It was Aditya who actually got Jobla, if you can't really pronounce, that's Bengali. But HSK, at the moment, that is exactly what I talked about. Team number 16, the distance is quite too far, and even if you get a knock, it's not really going to be favorable. The only advantage that they have from here itself is the fact that they have tagged team number 3. And if team number 3 decides to move from this particular position, it is going to be really troublesome for them. But elsewhere, we can see team number 12 closing in on team number 16. And if they don't really scan their backs, it can be really fatal for them, because team number 12, they won't they won't show any mercy. We saw how Desert actually ripped teams apart in the last circle in the match of Bermuda. In this match as well, if they get an opportunity, they will completely sweep the floor with team number 16. But coming in from behind, I guess they will have a slight advantage. Just look at how sneaky Team Psycho is. 999 as well as the Desert. They kind of know, probably have heard the gunshots. There is someone here, HSK as well as others. They've established so much distance in between them. There is no trade potential in between team number 16 whatsoever.
Wow.
And Aditya goes down, and so does the other player. That is exactly what I said. This is team number 12, and they show no mercy whatsoever.
Yeah, Team Psycho, much like the psychopaths they are, Desert equips the Orm, the first psychopathic move, then he lands a headshot with it, the second psychopathic move, and he gets 2 kills with it. Certainly doing the justice in their names, but I have to say, Team Psycho, while they've been doing so good so far, you know, the 4th and 5th circle really start testing your abilities, because then you have to start accounting for the zone and whatnot. But Psycho, well, he's not going to let go of a kill that wanders into his crosser. He's going to pick it up, say thank you very much, and be on his merry way inside the circle. Team number 3, watching over the bridge, should pose some trouble, but nothing that Team 12 cannot handle.
Certainly. That water path is probably going to be a bit problematic for team number 12 because they're on the wrong side of this stream, I would say. And team number 3 and team number 6, they will happily gatekeep this little pond or puddle, or this is certainly not a lake. I would call it a pond because it's quite small in size, but that doesn't really matter. This water body, though, it can actually cause a lot of problem for the teams out here. And right now, team number 15, they're in a heaps of problems because right in front of them is team number 1. Behind them, they're already struggling with the blue zone. They have a vehicle to actually ride on. And Ben 10,
his
he
teammate?
ditches his friend. He ditches his friend. What happened?
I am not too sure what the hell happened, buddy, but your friend is waiting outside the zone for you. The Uber has left already. Okay then. I guess there's only going to be one passenger in this 2-man Uber, but Rezal in the meantime is going to get knocked out and eliminated, and it's all Ben 10's fault. Running away with the sports car without his teammate in it. All he had to do was look at the passenger seat and he would have known that his teammate was not there. Well, this minor mistake is going to cost him, Salty. I mean, you know, it's not like I get any particular enjoyment at deriding him and, you know, ridiculing him and making fun of his play, but, you know, now he's going to have to suffer. He's going to be in a 1v17 situation because there are 17 players excluding him still alive. Good luck dealing with that without a teammate. It's probably going to be pretty hard, and I'm going to be quite impressed if he managed to make it through.
Certainly. Team number 5 closing in on team number 3 at the moment. This is Om King, #S. I'm not really sure if he has an Om on his back. I guess he does, but keeping that aside, I guess this is team number 5. They will probably move aside the Desert, though. Once again, this team is certainly on a roll at the moment. They're getting kills after kills right now. And with that out of the way, I guess team number 5 will probably close in on the Kolkata boys once again, who is probably struggling with the blue circle. One player is certainly knocked out. The revive did come in, but then team number 2 is closing in on team number 17. This can be a full-blown war, but then team number 1 and team number 3 square off against each other. This is Thandi Nong. I'm not really sure if I pronounced that right, but he gets taken down almost immediately, and this is Transformer. And once again, both Megatron as well as Jetfire, both of them strike shots together and get the knock. And there you go, Kolkata boys. Once again, you make me proud because these guys are certainly on fire at the moment. Elsewhere on the map, team number 5 and team number 6 square off. We can see one player go down from team MC. This is a 1v2 situation, and Satish, he is still up on his feet. He is still rotating around his blue walls. What's going to happen? I'm not really sure. Om King #Ash. He wants to close in. The blue circle is at his back. He does not have any HP to work with, and he gets taken down by Aman. At the moment, this is all that we have. 4 teams alive and 8 players left. What's going to happen, Floki? Do you have any idea? The circle, it is having a stream right at the dead center of it. And that means that teams as well as players, they're going to have that much more trouble.
Yeah. Well, Salty, I have as much idea about what's going to happen next as your average neighborhood rock. I have the same intelligence as that non-living thing, so I can't really tell you even if I tried. But given the way things are going, it seems that Transformers are not going to be able to win this. At least that's what it seems like. Megatron is still standing for the time being and trying to take this fight, but guess what? 2v1 is just that much harder, and that's why you make sure that the car explodes and then use it as cover. Team Psycho, they're going to be getting the booyah for themselves. Transformers coming in second. But if Transformers had, I don't know, not used the car as cover, they probably could have gotten first place themselves.
Certainly. With 7 kills, the Psycho deservedly get the first position. They have 520 points in their name, and I believe they were close to the top 3, if not in the top 3 in the last game as well. So this match is certainly going to help them and aid them get closer to the top. I guess this is a team that deserves to be in the top 2. And the other teams, though, TF Gamers, Team D, Kolkata Warrior, Mighty Criminal, all of them really played well. And looking at the highlights, I would say that the map, the first look at the map, it was pretty crazy. The way the eastern side was completely dense with players and the western side was completely abandoned. It looked like an absolute desert where you actually find no one all across the horizon. But then we got to see this fight, Kolkata Warrior. They actually dominated the first half of this entire fight, getting kills all across the map itself. This was one moment when I thought that H2000V, he completely committed suicide out there. Exclamation 2000V, he put up a tough fight out there. We will get to see this fight here itself. Look at this. He's been reduced like, what, 20 HP? He gets 1 on Dronacharya, immediately activates the shield, and right now, look at it. He gets Macho Man to 20 HP as well, but then both of them survive. They get the individual picks though, but then it becomes a 1v1 from a 2v1 situation, almost a handicap 2v1 situation. This was another fight where team number 13, they kind of squared up against team number 17. I don't really remember who came out on top. I guess you were the one who better explain this one, but this was happening outside the circle. This fight could have waited another day. I felt that both the teams could have done a much better job.
Yeah, I feel like Kabir was a bit too eager to go forward and take the fight. He didn't realize that he had been spotted. You know, maybe there was a chance where he could double back and instead take the 1v1 where he was actually spotted, because his teammate would have relayed the information over. You know, just play those sorts of mind games. Gives you a better chance to come out on top in these sorts of situations. But unfortunately, he just pressed W, and as a result, ended up losing his life. Not much you can do in a 1v2. Not like you have a big advantage to start off with anyway, but maybe there was a chance there that he could have taken. But I have to say, you know, towards the end, I was a little bit upset with what the Transformers did, or TF Gamers, as the way they like to call themselves. You know, this car, it was their undoing. It caught fire, they went close, and it exploded, and it knocked the players down, which was, yeah, I mean, it was sad to say the least. I mean, the grenade also came in, so, you know, it's not just the car that dealt a fair amount of damage, but still, it was a little weird seeing that happen. Team number 12, though, most certainly did a good job. Psycho getting themselves 100 kill points and 900 positioning points so far. These boys certainly know how to play Free Fire, Salty, because they've got themselves 2 booyahs in a row. I mean, 900 positioning points, the only way you add up to 900 positioning points is if you get 2 booyahs in a row. And that's what Team Psycho have done. 1,000 points for them. Kolkata Warriors are a close second with 560. Yeah, Team Psycho, they certainly have built up a very good lead, Salty, and to overcome this, a lot of these other teams are going to have to work very, very hard.
I'm not even sure if in one game someone can actually overcome the lead that Psycho has built up at the top, but considering what we see from the second position onwards, this is going to be a hell of a battle, because just look at that, 560 in second position, and it goes all the way to position 6 where it's 460. So the difference between second position and sixth position is 100 points, which is not that much if you actually think about it. And that means that even the second position is up for grabs, if not the first position. And if you ask me, Floki, the second position is just as good as the first position. Yes, you do miss out on 3,000 rupees of cash, but the playoffs spot is all that everyone is craving for.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to find out which two teams are going to be making it to the playoffs, make sure you stay tuned, because we are going to be taking a short break and coming back with game number 3 on Purgatory. You're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021, powered by JioGames. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, देवी और सज्जनों और हमारे सारे दर्शकों का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021 Quest for the Best में powered by JioGames. मेरा नाम है फ्लूकी, मेरे साथ है सॉल्टी और हमारे चार लवली ऑब्जर्वर्स रोली, बिग फैट पैंडा, कानी की बीटीएल एंड डैन द बॉट. और अब हमारे लास्ट VO3 के लास्ट मैप पे आ गए हैं. पर्गेटरी पे प्लेन की उड़ान शुरू हुई क्रॉस रोड्स पे एंड खत्म होगी लंपर मिल में, bisecting the map in half once again. So I'm guessing all areas of the map are going to be accessible for these teams, and this should make Purgatory very, very interesting. I'm hoping we don't get to see teams dropping in towards Brasilia. I'm hoping we see more teams go towards Gold Coast, Central, and Mount Villa, because those places are often underserved, and they get pretty good loot in there. So there's no real reason to just
Yeah.
ignore those places.
You know what, like Floki, the only thing that comes in when I see the map of Purgatory is the fact that there are so many compounds in Brasilia and almost none in between fields and campsite. So that actually makes things a bit weird. Most of the players do want to come and land on the main island, but then I mean, the lack of compound just force them to go to the other islands. And once you actually go to the other islands, things kind of become sketchy because you have to rotate. The rotations have to be much more calculated. Dropping in on the western and the southern islands are much more difficult than dropping in on the main island, because almost always the circle is going to be on the mainland. Talking about the teams, though, you can see a very large density of teams on the far eastern end of the map itself. As I always say, all the teams are thinking the same thing, that the teams are going to be perched up in the center. If we land in the outskirts of the map, we're going to have an advantage. But the Kolkata Warriors, they have other plans. This particular team really wants to go for the fight and take the fight to team number 10. And right now, this is Ra. I can't really read the full name of his, but let's just call him Ra. He's going on with the shots. And team number 10, they are probably got defenseless. This is Thonmoy, and Thonmoy did find himself one kill. And this is Rahul, and certainly he cleared up the mess and will probably clean up the dead bodies as well. Team number 17, with 2 straight kills just after landing, Unique Gamer have been aced out of the game itself, Loki.
Yeah, I mean, Purgatory is not a map where I imagine there to be a lot of early action. Usually teams take their time, go their separate places, loot up, and then take fights. But this time around, we saw a lot of early action, and part of the reason is that not all the teams are dropping in towards Brasilia. Like you mentioned, a lot of teams were dropping towards the outskirts. A lot of the teams were, going towards Ski Lodge, going towards Forge, Crossroads, and all those sorts of parts of the map, and all those parts of the map. And as a result, no teams were really, having that huge a cluster truck of a fight inside Brasilia. Usually you see like 8 to, I don't know, maybe at least 8 to 9 players dropping in the middle of Brasilia, but this time around there's only 4. Elsewhere on the map, though, it seems there's a fight happening over here. Team 7 being on the losing end of that particular fight, and Miss Vedika, I believe that's what her name is going to be left all by her lonesome, alone in the big bad world of Purgatory. And yeah, she's gonna have to do a lot of work over here if she wants to get the top spot, because I don't think they were able to put up a good performance in game 1 or game 2 either. But team number 14, they could easily put Miss Vedika out of her misery, because she's all by herself, and at this point she's just gonna die straight up if she ends up eating a few too many sniper shots.
Mm-hmm. Something we really noticed about Team Error is the fact that even though the fact that they're really mechanical skilled, the decision making has really been sketchy throughout the best of 3. We've noticed them take some weird decisions which have backfired eventually. They do know how to connect their shots, and that is something which I like about them. But when it actually comes to making split-second decisions which actually cost you a 1v1 fight or a 1v2 fight, that is when things start getting sketchy, and that is when Team Error starts messing up. We've seen Miss Vedika really shine when we saw her in a clutch situation in Bermuda, but then when it actually came to when it actually mattered in Kalahari, she kind of choked in terms of making a decision, and that really backfired for that particular team. Once again, Team 14 chasing her, and with no hard cover for team number 7, that is Miss Vedika. I'm not really sure why did she take that particular decision, even though she had like compounds here and there. But I guess it did work, because she did find herself some sort of hard cover, and she's, I guess, running from tree to tree. So that is one way to move away from a fight. But nonetheless, I guess she will have to engage at one point in time or the other. So definitely we'll have to check her out at that particular point in time.
Yeah.
Well, for the time being, Salty, she's going to be quite happy because the circle does form on top of where she is, so she doesn't really have to move. But all the teams on the Western Island will have to move in towards Brasilia, and that's where the epicenter of action is going to be by the next circle. Because you look at all of these teams, going all the way around from Crossroads is probably going to take forever. If you want to start doing that, now would be the perfect time to do so. But if you're not going to start moving now, then you need to move through golf course and take that shorter route inside from Brasilia, which is going to be a death zone, and it's going to be quite difficult for teams to do precisely that. Let's see what ends up happening over here, though. Miss Vedika, for the time being, AK-47 and MP-40 in hand, can certainly take this long distance engagement. And with the Kolkata Warriors split up, Salty, this might be an opening that Miss Vedika had been waiting for. Let's see if she can capitalize, though. The grenade gets tossed in, it does not connect. And Kolkata Warriors with a double barrel shotgun might be putting out of a misery soon, but the MP-40 does a fair amount of damage. He's going to have to heal back up. He's going to pop the DJR look. Let's see what Vedika can do in the meantime. Well, she is trying to squeeze through these glue walls, but okay, she's not even keen on taking this fight. She's just going to peek out once again with the MP-40, jumping and peeking, but Rahul is ready for those shenanigans this time around. And the double barrel shotgun, well, it sings her praises and, yeah, puts her to death. So it's going to be the end of that. Miss Vedika and her team. It's going to be the end of the road for them at the Free Fire Gaming Masters. But maybe in the future, we see them, go professional down the line in Free Fire. Maybe this is the tournament they look fondly back to and use this as motivation. So not all hope is lost for them. If they're watching the stream, I do encourage them to continue playing. But yeah, try and focus on your mistakes and be a better player, because at the end of the day, I mean, if you want to be a professional, then you got to put in the hours, man. You got to put in the work. Everyone over here wants a piece of the pie. That's why you have so many teams, just contesting Brasilia the entire time, because it's literally the easiest place to drop.
Certainly. And I guess you actually mentioned it rightly. If she's mentioning if she's actually watching the stream, and if this helps you, then once again, the decision making was kind of sketchy over there. I'm just mentioning for the fact that not just her, I guess any particular player can actually benefit. And only for that particular reason, I'm trying to mention it once again. Once she actually used the MP-40 to reduce Rahul's health to just bits, I guess the fact that she gave him the time to heal himself up was not really the best idea. I'm not really sure what the plan was, but elsewhere on the map in Lumber Mill, we have Team NC who's just jumping on top of Team Transformers. I'm not even sure what is Team TF doing over there, blocking their own exit with the glue one, and right now they have nowhere to go. And team number 19, they will just start dominating from here itself. They might drop in a grenade, and that will absolutely rip apart Team TF. What are they doing, Floki?
Seems that they are having a weird frat party. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god. I gouge my eyes out, Salty. I cannot watch this anymore. Team 1 somehow managed to make that work. They boxed themselves in. There's only one way inside, and it's from above the logs. And somehow, at that distance, they were able to connect shots with the VSS and the Max 7 to get those kills. I don't even know what to say anymore. It was a 2v1 situation. There's no way that should have happened, but it did. Team number 18 in the meantime, Casper Whitey with the AK-47 in hand will look towards team number 9 to try and secure their kills, but they are perched up on top of this house, and there's no reason why they need to leave right now. Edge 2000V has the VSS in hand, and he's going to be able to secure both of those kills. Casper plays, they have been aced out once again. This was the number 3 team on Bermuda during the first match in the best of 3, and since then on Kalahari and Purgatory, it seems that they just have not been able to justify them hot dropping at that particular location.
A downhill graph, certainly. I guess teams do require a bit more practice, but nonetheless, I guess I'm still wondering how Team TF actually managed to move out of this particular position. Like, the only viable reason or the only viable explanation to what happened here is probably overconfidence for the opposition team. They thought that it was all right, let's have some fun, let's troll them, and in the meantime, they just got themselves exposed. Why would you even jump in that particular hole? Like, there's no good reason for it. You have an opening already. Toss in a grenade. If you don't have a grenade, try and fire inside the hole at least, because you have a knock already. You try and jump in the hole and dance in there. That's not how things work.
I think they were trying to aim downwards, and aiming downwards it's a little bit tricky to do that in Free Fire, not gonna lie. It's not the easiest thing to do. But hey, at this level, if you want a piece of the pie, then you can't really leave any room for error. And if you're gonna put yourself in that situation, at the very least, you should know how you're gonna be dealing with it. Your crosshair should be placed over there before you even start to take the peek. And if you're not doing that, then yeah, you're gonna get punished for it, and it's gonna look very, very silly on camera. I mean, what else there is to say? Team number 2, in the meantime, Abid, they are going to be outside the circle, just chilling for now, holding their places. Nothing really to do over here, except, maybe try and take down the Transformers who are running in the open with a thermal scope. But JioGames has the Scar in his hand. And at this distance, the Scar, it can tend to, misfire a little bit. You don't tend to connect all of your shots, and you would much rather have something like an SKS or a Parafil to work with. And yeah, looks like that team is going to be able to get out scot-free. Team number 1, though, they might be in for a drive by Salty. This is, are they going to do it? No, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They consider doing it for a second, but they're instead just going to look to get inside the zone. Okay. They actually hit the brakes. They are thinking of turning around, but they're going to take a lot of fire. Oh no, the headshot actually comes through. The car is going to be on fire, Salty. They've both lost 100 HP each, and now the Psychos, they need to get the hell out of there. And yeah, pop their glue walls, pop their time tunnels, heal themselves back up, because looks like team number 17 is going to be pushing Kolkata Warriors. His teammate, though, is still on the low ground, Salty, and they're both pushing forward together. This could end up being very, very dangerous for him. And look at that, 999 is going to be the first one to get knocked down the desert, trying to get the secondary knock. Is he going to be successful? No, he's not. The blue zone's going to start closing in, but he's still getting shot from behind. And he needs to keep himself alive for as long as possible, because the Kolkata Warriors, yeah, they're not going to give them any more openings. Well, 999 plus is going to be knocked down again.
Wow.
And oh no, Kolkata Warriors, they're going to ace out Psycho, Salty. This was the number 1 team, so the number 1 spot is up for grabs now. You need to get yourself a lot of kills and first place there if you want to make it there. Well, it seems that the Kolkata Warriors can certainly do a lot more than just stand around, because Sahil, or rather, Jetfire from Team Transformers, he's lost his life trying to push ahead and trying to challenge the Kolkata Warriors. And guess what? The final nail in the coffin has been hammered, and it was Tanmay's doing. He was the one who signed and shipped those containers containing those dead bodies, and yeah, probably going to be buried somewhere, outside of Purgatory, or maybe somewhere on the edges near Ski Lodge. Seems like a good place. The bodies can chill. Maybe you actually, if you're gonna bury the bodies,
Bro,
in
you're
there,
going
then,
pretty dark there.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to think, it's theory crafting. Like, if you want to keep the bodies alive and send them back home, then you need to keep them cold, and you can't keep them cold anywhere except for Ski Lodge. You can't throw the bodies in force; the bodies are gonna melt. But yeah, that fight was the top 3 teams being eliminated, Salty, and I have to say, with those 3 teams out of the fight, yeah, it means that the top spot is up for the taking. This makes things very, very interesting, because only 9 teams are remaining in the mix. One of them is going to be a one-man squad, and yeah, pretty much every single team from 4th place onwards has a chance to get that top spot. Now, the number 1 spot might be a little bit hard to take, but you can certainly get yourself a cash prize, and certainly get the 2nd spot, which is going to secure your ticket to the playoffs.
I guess Kolkata Warriors were in the 2nd spot, and the fight where they eliminated Psycho, that was a fight between 1 and 2. And then came which team it was? It was Team Sahil that came in next, and they were in the 3rd spot. So eliminating them, Kolkata Warriors actually increase their odds of coming in first in this group itself. If they get the booyah and find themselves somewhat like a decent amount of kills, I guess they will be able to do it, because a booyah gives them 450 points. The number of points which they need from this particular game is approximately more than 550. So it will take them a lot of kills, 8 to 9 kills minimum. And I guess the more the better. But nonetheless, I guess Kolkata Warriors, they need to push forward. And even if they don't, I guess it'll be decent. They will still hold on to the second place. Nonetheless, I guess the circle is closing in. A lot of teams actually take some damage. Team number 14, though, they're still inside the circle, and I guess they might be able to gatekeep team number 13, but it all depends on what kind of mentality team number 14 is having right now. Will they take the shots up against Sanjit 92 YT? We'll have to think for it. Team number 14, once again, we'll look at them. A lot of teams do try to position themselves.
What am I?
That was through the hole. That was through the hole once again. That was through the hole. That was through the hole. But then I guess a knock has been returned in the favor. Team number 14, they're in a kind of a trouble at the moment because Mono Line, he's the only one who is out there. It's no more a whole spray Floki. I guess I was wrong. These guys are not using phones that have Helio G95. That person, he completely lagged. He was insane.
Yeah.
He was out of
he was just
thought that it was
constantly
too-
firing at the ground. You know, I felt like something was wrong. I felt like this guy is probably lagged out or something, and you know, as a result, he's been eliminated. If you don't want that to happen, folks, get yourself a MediaTek processor, man, because that stuff, it does not lag. It's not. You're not gonna have FPS issues. You're not gonna have
Yeah.
any, unnecessary, out of the world issues. If there's gonna be any problems, it's probably gonna be with the signal and the strength of your network. So do get yourself a MediaTek processor. At least you won't have to worry about your phone then. Well, in the meantime, Kolkata Warriors, most certainly they're going to be able to secure themselves 2 quick kills, but it seems that Team 16 and Team 17, yeah, they're going to be facing off against each other in this campsite area. The circle closing in over here. It's going to be a very interesting finish, Salty. I mean, I'm not used to seeing campsite finishes very, very often. Just a couple of days ago, I was praying for one, but it seems that, the campsite finish is just going to remain a distant pipe dream. In the meantime, Team 17 and Team 16, well, at least one member from Team 16 is going to try to make their way inside the circle. And when they do get in there, they're going to have to struggle to find some hard cover because the circle is quite open. The next circle, oh my god, it's going to be a hard shift towards the northwest. And look at that. Team 6, they are going to be so happy. They're going to be thanking their stars. And yeah, I think at this spot, they are certainly going to be able to gatekeep all of the teams coming in. I mean, look at the high ground that they have, Salty. This is a very hard position to attack from any angle, at all. The only person who can do it is going to be Kabir, but he is all by himself. So, yeah, this offense is going to be hard to pull off for him. In the meantime, though, team number 9, they're still alive, but D86 Daman is thinking about taking their lives away for the time being. In the meantime, Satish from the back lines is going to hammer away a few shots, remind them of who the real boss is. And, yeah, Team 6 got between a rock and a hard place. Let's see what is it that they decide to do, because yeah, they can have to worry about their flanks coming in as well. Team number 9, they are going to be able to get themselves stun meh for the time being. The second player is also still standing. Rahul is going to get knocked out with the VSS shots, and Aman, in the meantime, got himself a knock onto 1000V. Let's see if 2000V can revive his brother. Yes, he can. He's going to be able to lift him back up, but the Blue Zone's going to start closing in. He's going to be knocked out once again. Aman with the hand cannon doing a fair amount of damage, but he needs to get back in the zone himself. The hand cannon shot connects. He is so low, but where is his teammate to finish him off? That's the question. Satish, in the meantime, with the UMP, is going to try and finish off 2000V, but at that range, I'm not sure if the UMP is the best weapon to do so. Elsewhere, H2000 is going to be able to shut him down, and now it's going to be down. It's going to be a 1v1 Salty. Kabir versus H2000, and H2000, he has one glue wall to work with. How is he going to use it? That's the question. Look at Kabir. He has 9 to his name. Yeah.
This is a devil's play. This is a devil's play. Look, everything lined up for D86, D86 team, D86, but nothing really worked in their favor later on, because when team pushed in, they had nothing to do. Kabir, you mentioned, was the only one who could do something, and he was the one who actually came in and clutched out for his team. He had so much utilities to work with. I guess that was the reason why he could pull off this booyah. This was outrageous in terms of how it was pulled off. High voltage, no matter how much heavy lifting they did, they will still end up with 430 points, and Hotshot will still be at the #1 spot with 500 points and 5 kills. Team D, I mean, they had so much in their favor, but nonetheless, they come up with 340 points with probably 3 kills, and Kolkata Warriors, they will get themselves 360 points. I guess they'll be happy with that, even though they might not be able to overtake Psycho, who will sit at more than 1000. Kolkata Warrior, I guess, is a safe second position.
Absolutely. I mean, Kolkata Warriors should probably be in the second position, Salty, but given the fact that the top 3 teams were eliminated quite early on Purgatory, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. I'm thinking that the Psychos are still going to be in the #1 spot, but we're just going to have to find out after the highlights. Yeah, this was the moment I sort of lost my mind. I mean, aiming down is a little bit difficult. I did say that, you know, it can be a little bit difficult to aim down in this game, and Yeah, they certainly were trying to make it work, but they took too much time. You know, both of the players were able to heal back up, and even though they get this one knock, Megatron is just letting his Max 7 do the work. They drop by one, and yeah, because they never got the angle on him, he's able to turn around and get the kill. Really, really sad there for the attacking team in that situation. I mean, if you're not able to connect those shots at that range, the Max 7 will shred you. And yeah, I guess that could have been fixed with a little bit of pre-aim, but with maps this vast, I actually don't blame them for not knowing every single angle.
Yeah, same for me. But this is the place where Kolkata Warriors really shined. The fight between Psycho and Kolkata Warriors, it was kind of weird because Psycho on normal circumstances would have probably defeated Kolkata Warriors, considering the fact that Kolkata Warriors was coming from outside the blue circle. But then all is well that ends well. Kolkata Warriors, they did not really just shut down Psycho, but also they did get Transformers as well, and they did it in style. The way they actually got that 1v2 going, it was absolutely brilliant. Mono Lion not using the MediaTek processor actually hurt him real bad. I mean, I'm probably sure that he definitely did not realize the time he died, but when he probably looks back at the stream, he'll realize, oh my god, that was embarrassing. I should buy the phone right away. I guess that is I'm not really sure that's a good learning, but I'm definitely sure he will not lag in further tournaments he plays.
Absolutely. I mean, in the next few tournaments, I hope he does get himself a phone with a MediaTek processor in it, because he's not going to be facing those issues again if he's running one of those babies. But yeah, apart from that, Salty, I have to say this 1v1 that 2000V was able to pull off was quite stellar. I didn't expect him to be able to take those 1v2 situations so fluidly and think on his feet. And you know, in the end, Kabir, I actually don't remember who reigned supreme over here. I believe 2000V won this one, yeah, even though he just had one glue wall. I think he was the one who was the victor.
No.
Could be wrong though.
It was
Kabir who won?
was...
Yeah, my bad, yeah. I just have the memory of a goldfish, Salty, that's all there is. But 2000V, yeah, he did good to come this far, you know, I wasn't... It was unlikely that he makes it this far, but he did, and that by itself is a pretty big feat that he should be proud of. I'm hoping for his sake he's able to make it to the playoffs, because after making a play like that, you know, I do think he deserves a chance to, you know, win some more money, and I hope he does.
Wild card.
Guess what he is? There we go. Hotshot are in the second place, Salty, and Psycho are still maintaining their lead in the first place with a 70-point difference. Kolkata Warriors in third place and High Voltage in the fourth one. So Team Hotshot, they are fortunately going to be making their way to the playoffs, and we're going to get to see more of them at that time. But before we close out, Salty, is there anything that you would like to say?
I absolutely loved the day. Trust me, I really enjoyed all the 3 best of 3s that we actually saw. The last one was kind of sketchy because it was very topsy-turvy in terms of the points table. Teams were going up, teams were going down. The rest of the matches, they were kind of one-sided, but the top team actually asserted dominance. But in this one, we got to see a lot of points. Just look at that. We haven't seen a lot of matches where we got to see two teams cross 1,000 points, a third team closing in as well, a fourth team closing in on 900, a fifth team crossing 800. That is something which I've seen in this one itself. And that goes to show how consistent the top teams have been. And I just really loved how Psycho played, how Hotshot played, as well as how Kolkata Warriors played. Sad luck for Kolkata Warriors for not qualifying, but I guess they will live to die another day. They will live to fight another day. And that is all that I have to say, probably at this point.
Well, fair enough. Thank you for those closing words, Salty. But with that, this day comes to an end. And if you want to catch some more action, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow at 3 o'clock once again, because we're going to be back with some more best of ones. Until then, you're watching MediaTek presents the Free Fire Gaming Masters 2021 powered by JioGames. Me and Salty, we'll catch you tomorrow.
Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 800U. Get ready for incredible experiences from this ultra-connected chip. Featuring dual 5G SIM for 5G connectivity that's always ready to go. High-quality voice and video calls. 5G carrier aggregation that keeps you connected. By keeping the 5G modem in the chip and using MediaTek's 5G ultra-safe power savings technology, we've created the world's most power-efficient smartphone 5G modem, boosting your battery life. With faster peak speeds, the Dimensity 800U accelerates launch time for your favorite games and apps. Use your voice assistant for scheduling and reminders in the language you prefer. With Dimensity 800U, smartphones feature supersized cameras and HDR imaging. Plus, its integrated AI processor helps enhance pictures and 4K videos in day or night. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. Introducing the MediaTek Dimensity 1000 Plus. Our flagship 5G integrated chip gives you immense CPU performance, stunning graphics, and incredible AI. You can game flawlessly, load apps faster, and multitask smoother, all on 5G. Pick up your camera and shoot stunning HDR pictures and videos, or go out at night with perfect results every time. Benefit from powerful AI and the latest MediaTek Hyper Engine gaming technology. This predictive networking enhances your smartphone experience and dramatically reduces latency, provides rapid responsiveness that shaves milliseconds off touchscreen input, and enhances power management that lets you game longer. While ultra-fast displays at your fingertips give you the edge, MediaTek Mirror Vision display technology brings cinema-grade visuals into video streaming and playback. Use 5G connectivity that's both fast and power efficient. MediaTek 5G UltraSave is built in to extend your battery life, while dual 5G SIM support gives you 5G that's always ready to go and make voice and video calls with the highest quality. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. We're bringing 5G to everyone, across mobile, automotive, IoT, in the home, and beyond. Introducing MediaTek Dimensity. MediaTek Dimensity is at the forefront of powering the 5G revolution. It's about what we can achieve when barriers between devices disappear and connectivity becomes seamless and instantaneous. It will change market, industries, and our everyday. Through Dimensity, we're spurring product, app, and service innovations that will enable the true possibilities of 5G connectivity. When you see Dimensity, know that MediaTek has built an unrivaled mix of technologies, the industry's fastest 5G connectivity, super fast processors, and incredible gaming. Exciting multimedia, the industry's most powerful AI cores, and impressive imaging. With MediaTek Dimensity, expect incredible. G is for gaming. Introducing MediaTek Helio G95. It's paired with MediaTek's Hyper Engine game technology, which goes beyond the chip and tunes your whole smartphone. Because every millisecond matters in the gaming world. Whether you're streaming video, chatting with friends, or playing games, you can rely on us for responsive experiences that always impress. With in-chip innovations, all your wireless gear will connect reliably and retain their best performance. Maximize your everyday mobile experience with advanced 4G connectivity and dual SIM. Improved video playback quality with cinema-grade visuals and support for multiple virtual assistants. Embrace AI Super Resolution for streaming video and teleconferencing, saving your 4G data and battery life. Capture incredibly detailed photos